Good evening, y'all. Good afternoon. It's Wednesday, July 12th here. We do have a severe weather risk today, two different areas primarily in our orange areas here on Radar Omega, and we're going to be covering both of them today. Welcome to the Meteorologist Andy Hill channel. It's currently 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let me know where you're watching from and let other people know this broadcast is going on. My channel is a little bit infamous here for covering some conditional threats, which means that we may see a significant tornado threat take place up here in the Chicago metro areas west and even extending a little bit to the east, depending on how our parameter space evolves with the day. And on the other side, here in the other enhanced risk, or a 3 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center, is the Kansas City Metro down to Springfield, Missouri. This risk is in place primarily for a damaging wind threat that's going to evolve from the west over here in Kansas, around the Topeka to Emporia area, and go to the east through western into central Missouri here. So damaging wind is our case over here for anybody watching over here or watching this back, and less of a tornado threat over here. But up here is where we have our conditional tornado threat, with storms about to enter the primary area of concern for those in Chicago and west along I-80 and up through Rockford. So the whole metro is kind of just in this primary risk today. That's what the thumbnail of the stream shows. This is for tornadoes. So if I go ahead and take this risk over here, show you the tornado outlook. You can see this yellow area that's also got some hatch marks in it. This is a 10% chance for tornadoes. You can see the storms right here entering the western half of this risk area and starting to get going. They've been slow to mature, but they will continue to do so. That's what's expected. And the hatch risk here indicates that there is a chance for significant tornadoes with any tornadoes that do occur. Those of you in the Chicago metro, you're under a tornado watch. You've probably received that from whatever device that will send you those notifications, whether it's a weather radio, your cell phone, anything that will get that information out to you. But if for some reason you know somebody here who is unaware that that they are in a tornado watch and that there is a chance for significant tornadoes today in the worst case scenario, you should go ahead and let them know that we'll be covering it. I'll be live here probably for at least 4 or 5 hours, seeing how this tornado threat materializes today, and then eventually over here in Missouri, how this damaging wind threat will materialize. And in addition, I want to go ahead and shout out the rest of the area of tornadic concern here. It does extend up to the Wisconsin border here with Illinois, and it also goes to the east across the southern mitten of Michigan here, and even northern Indiana and the northwestern corner of Ohio. So this is, you can see it kind of ends here just before Detroit. So Detroit storms are probably going to be weakened and not capable of producing severe hazards by the time they get to you. And that'll generally be true for southwest Ontario as well, across the border into Canada. So our primary area of concern will continue, but the peak tornadic threat is over the next few hours here as these storms back here and this line also matures in the Chicago metro area. So yeah, go ahead. Thank you for letting me know where you're watching from. Go ahead and do it again. I'm watching the chat now. We'll continue to do so. We're going to build off of you guys. Let me know what you see. Is it sunny out there? If you're watching from Chicago, is it sunny down in Kansas City or parts of Missouri? Let me know what you're seeing out there in the risk area. And if you're watching outside of the risk areas, welcome. Hopefully, you can gain some good meteorological insight and information from this stream. On my lower half here below me, I've got the Chicago Midway Airport cam. You can see it's still a little bit cloudy there. It's focused on the airplanes, but we'll be watching that in case severe weather does move into the Chicago metro, which it's expected to do so. So watch this airport cam. And in addition, below that is the Rochelle, Illinois rail fan camera. Those are the two we've got right now to do some weather spotting. Good to see you all, North Carolina, Kansas City, Missouri, northwest suburbs. Good to see everybody staying alert here in the Chicago metro. Nice to see you all. Some in southern Wisconsin. I see you guys there. So make sure you can find yourself on a map here. This is, again, the tornado threat we're looking at today. Brown is our slight risk, and our enhanced risk is focused in the yellow and the hatched area here. So make sure you can find yourself on the map. Outside of that, our tornado threat should be very limited. But we'll cover any warnings that do come through if they do. Some people in Lansing, Michigan there, right outside the 5%. So southwest Michigan, northwest Indiana also checking in there. Some people also in Pennsylvania, some brief, strong storms going through the northeast as well. We might cover a little bit of the flash flooding today as well for anybody concerned with that. We'll take a look at that in any downtime. Thank you guys for the super chats too. Standees, yeah, Standees in chat. All right, let's go ahead and look at the radar so we can catch any warnings right when they're coming out or before they come out. So let's see what we've got now going on here. I started this stream right when these storms here outside of Chicago. You can see here the Chicago Metro is off to the right on the left side of your screen, and we've got a couple of little beans popping up here near Yorkville, Seneca, east of Peru. And we've also got this strongest storm here south of Rockford that stayed pretty steady state, and hopefully will continue to do so, not pose a significant threat. But these storms out here are all in an environment that is very favorable for them to spin, and when they rotate, we call them supercells. So several supercells are expected to pop up and mature here. And even if against my best judgment here, these might be the first ones for us to look at in terms of provoking a warning, which you will be able to hear the warnings on this stream. They'll come through, so everything is going to be nice and alert and immediate so that we can get information out as fast as possible. Thank you guys for liking the stream too already, getting the word out. Good to see you all. For those worried about me staying hydrated, I've got 2 glasses of juice and water. We'll be good on this front here. So stick with me tonight, and I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday outside of that. So welcome. I think that Sterling and Dixon, Illinois are a real threat on the edge of the hatch. Anywhere that's around the hatch and in the hatch is probably an area to pay attention to. Like I pointed out, that 5% risk in the brown on radar Omega here. So yeah, if you can find yourself on the map here, I would be paying most attention to this area within the brown. Outside of that, much lower chance, I would say, for a tornado as per the Storm Prediction Center. Thanks for the questions. So make sure if you're going to ask for your location, you can find yourself on the map. We're going to pay attention to the threat as it materializes. Yeah, happy to help. No Andy warnings? Well, we'll see. If it breaks, I'll do another one of those. Of course, you can expect that. Yes, we did have a 5 out of 5 risk earlier this year. We covered that on this channel, actually. Any chasers on the scene? I believe we have Connor chasing out, but he's with Reed Timmer's team, so you guys can definitely have him up alongside my stream so you can get the most in-depth radar and up-to-date information possible, and possibly see something from his perspective. Although we have multiple areas of storms popping up in the risk areas, so I'm not sure, a chaser can only be in one spot at a time. But we have the Chicago Midway Airport here below me, and the Rochelle, Illinois rail fan cam below that as things get stormy in those areas. Rochelle is pretty close to these storms over here, which have not done anything yet. We had 1 tornado warning today so far, earlier up here in Greene County in Wisconsin for a very weakly spinning storm, but just barely enough to count for a warning. So far, no other warnings besides that. In fact, we only have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. And I think they're all in the Northeast, or maybe even down in Florida. So several, there are no warnings right now in our active risk area, but I think that will probably change pretty soon here. If we take a close look at these storms just outside the Chicago Metro, we can kind of see that they want to spin. If you look closely here, you can see a little bean shape here, and this little bit of the bean is our hook echo. So this is definitely already a storm with a hook on it, as you guys are very attentive to. So this would indicate a storm that has the chance to do something tornadic, and that is going to be the primary threat today for up here in the Chicago Metro. Yes, I have kept up with the Vermont flooding. In fact, there is another moderate risk for flash flooding in Vermont tomorrow, as more severe weather moves through the area, and rain will fall on already saturated grounds, and I guess totally flooded grounds as well. So there is another upper end risk for flash flooding for Vermont tomorrow, and they are in a slight risk for severe weather, which includes damaging winds. Yeah, Chicago land. Indeed. So we're up here. I'm not really concerned with any of the severe storms that might be impacting parts of the Northeast. They're going to be on the lower end that might have some gusty winds with them, maybe knock down a couple branches of a tree at worst. So those, if you're paying attention to them, you're already good. You're weather aware enough to cover those. You don't want to be outside under a tree and get struck by lightning. That would be your primary concern in the Northeast. So over there, we're fine. Enjoy the storms if it's busting any drought or you haven't gotten rain recently over there. Hopefully, you can enjoy some of the storms up there, but they're going to remain much less of a concern than our Chicagoland area here. Let's take a quick look over in Missouri as well. We'll go through the current storms that exist here. Again, our damaging wind threat is going to be primarily in this area from Kansas City down to Springfield, maybe as far east as Jefferson City and Columbia, depending on what these storms do right now, which are up to the north of I-70. In the center of the state, currently not severe warned, but probably dropping some small hail in here, if not very heavy rain near Moberly. The primary threat is actually going to evolve probably back here near Topeka and go through the Kansas City metro in generally this corridor here. So this is going to be where our damaging winds are later tonight. That's the primary threat, but also some really large hail could happen over in this vicinity as well. So if you're in Kansas City, definitely want to be paying attention to that. But the tornado threat should be much lower. I know we're going to be talking about tornadoes a lot today, and then there's going to be people over here in this risk area who are like, oh, tornadoes, what? But the tornado threat will be lower over here, okay? So this should not be a primary concern. It's probably going to be the damaging winds and hail. And no, it is going to be focused in this general vicinity. I doubt most of the intense action will make it over to St. Louis, but a sporadic strong storm will probably be over there at some point. It'll be pretty stormy and widespread coverage. All right, so welcome to the stream. Shouts to the mods, everybody coming in. Make sure you guys are getting the word out because we aren't, something to emphasize with a stream like today's is the fact that this risk was upgraded today. It was basically put in place today that there would be a tornado threat for Chicagoland, the metro, and this general vicinity. It was basically put into place this morning and then upgraded right in the afternoon. So we don't have a lot of lead time for the folks over here, which means we may not get as many viewers on this stream. We may not get as many people weather aware. The tornado watch will hopefully get as much of the population as possible to respond to this, but given that it wasn't really a big deal, the local news probably didn't hook onto this until it was upgraded from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a very near-term threat. That means that we need to get the information out to as many people as possible, as fast as possible, as it ramps up. Again, this is also conditional. So it's better to be aware even if nothing does happen, because part of the risk today making it conditional is that these storms are not in the best environment in terms of temperatures. You guys had some rain, some lightning move through in the morning, and that sapped a lot of the strength out of the atmosphere here in Chicago and areas in north central Illinois as well. And that means that these storms are struggling to develop. They've been very slow to develop, and we could play that back to see. They've kind of just been steady state, not really anything that's exploding per se. We don't see hail cores popping up in a matter of minutes, but rather a very slow development of the storms over the last hour, and that's because there's not as much of that that available potential energy, that storm fuel, the storm juice, due to the storms that took it up earlier this morning. So that's what we're looking at, and the reason why these storms are slower to grow. But I've definitely started the stream, once they look mature, once they look like they could present a threat for this area today. So I don't know why there would be any sirens ongoing. We don't even have any severe warnings over here. So at the moment, there are no severe thunderstorm nor tornado warnings, but we have the watch out. So let's go ahead and look at the watch. The tornado watch, I'll pull it up here on Radar Omega. So this is the outlook, and we can compare that to the watch area just to see how close it is. And you can see, if I turn the outlook off, that generally the watch in yellow here encompasses the same areas. And this is going to be for a couple tornadoes possible, and also a couple strong tornadoes possible. So this is the conditional threat, so to speak. It may happen. It may not happen. We're hoping for it not to happen. And me streaming conditional risks, I don't want every one of them to boom. I would prefer some of them to bust, but that has not made itself clear yet, so we will continue to cover it for several hours today. Yes, I talked about Detroit. You guys are just outside of the tornado threats today. The storm should be weaker and less capable of producing a severe threat by the time they get over to the eastern mitten here. So you'll want to be watching in northwest Indiana and southwest to south central Michigan as well. Outside of this tornado watch, there might be a watch issued downstream once we get these storms over Lake Michigan, over this part of the metro, and into these states. So you want to be watching downstream to see if that tornado threat continues, because it definitely could if any strong storms maintain their intensity as they move off to the east. Some of these storms will start to move 40, 50 miles an hour off to the east. Maybe the east-southeast as well will be the general track they take as they go through these areas. So anything that materializes over Lake Michigan and moves into this area can also pose a tornado threat. And I will be here to cover that as well. So that's a look at the watch here on Radar Omega. Storm's currently in the middle of the watch, just getting going. And our strong storm back here near Rockford, also in the western part of the watch, will continue to move through, basically directly into the Chicago metro. So this will be the storm to move in through parts of the metro, probably the central metro, and into the southeast towards Gary, Indiana. We'll be watching that over the next few hours. All right. So let's see if there is anything else immediately to cover here. Just want to make sure we're paying attention to every update on the radar here. And also, as we're right next to the radar site, we can use multiple radars to make sure we have the best look at these storms. I would say that our primary concerning storm is outside of Naperville at the moment in Illinois. We're going to be watching this one back here closely. I'll call it out the moment I see something that's worth a tornado warning with that storm near Rockford. But I think this one, being close to the radar site, we'll have to take a closer look at it. It does look like it's trying to continue to intensify. If I go up and tilt a little bit, you can see the presentation of it very clearly here. You can see this hook echo and the supercell shape very clearly here, just outside of Aurora. So this is generally traveling, if we play it back, we can see that this is kind of moving to the east. But as it matures, it may start to take a little bit more of a southward dip. So anyone along this corridor will have to watch this storm in particular as it moves through the southwest and the western part of the metro here. So no warnings are active right now. But I am concerned with how many people are talking about sirens. I don't know where all of the suburbs in Chicago are. I know the major ones. So if you can give me general vicinities when you talk about sirens as they're occurring, do let me know. That would be very helpful. So it looks like the storms are past Rockford at the moment. Not sure if there will be any additional development or back building off to the west, but Rockford is out of the primary line of sight for these storms for now, as we watch them approach the Chicago metro. Yeah, being near Naperville is definitely a little bit concerning. We're going to take a close look at this storm. Something that's very useful is being able to look up higher into the storm with the radar, just to see if there is any evident rotation that's wrapping up. And I definitely think this is starting to do exactly that. We look through the past few scans here. It doesn't look as organized here, and then this is current, and it starts to seem like we might see some rotation here. So there's Oswego. I saw somebody reporting a siren in Oswego in Illinois here. I am a little bit curious about that. Currently not warned, but emergency managers may be paying attention to radar, and seeing a signature like that might be concerning. Sirens in Aurora as well, just outside the storm. So it seems like we're hearing reports of emergency management just preemptively sounding sirens for this storm, which is rotating. It is a supercell. So there is no warning from the National Weather Service on this right now. So I'm not certain why there are sirens being sounded, but it's good to take preventative measures. I'll always advocate for that. Oswego, thank you. Oswego. Yeah, Rockford definitely took a hit from a strong storm, but also no severe thunderstorm warning on that either, as it stands. So waiting for any warnings to come through. Something that's new on this stream, by the way, for those of you who have been here before, when we get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, we've talked about those often. Not sure if we'll see one of those today or not, but it will have a new alert sound to it. So you will hear a new alert for destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. It actually might be the same alert as the tornado warning, but it will say, it'll have words with it so you know exactly what's happening. So more developments here to make sure we're paying attention to the most important storms as they come through. So look forward to that, being able to discern when a storm is actually very impactful. All right, so keeping an eye on all of this stuff. Again, every frame from the radar here matters for what happens with this supercell as we watch it move through Oswego, Aurora, and the Naperville Bolingbrook area. Currently not warned yet if you're just checking in, but it is a rotating thunderstorm, which is, that means that it is a supercell. That is the qualification. In addition to that, we're also closely watching the storm back here that is mature, and that is our concern with any mature storms today are going to be the concern. Because, again, storms are not going to explode when they form here. They're going to take some time to mature. So something that's already mature and presenting a threat will definitely have the ability to begin to take advantage of the atmosphere in place here and start to rotate really rapidly in these areas. So that's why we have that significant tornado threat today. Yeah, anyone watching from DeKalb, the storms are just off to your north. Again, currently not warned or doing anything in particular that is immediately concerning, that is pertinent to your safety here. But definitely be watching. So it's good that you are watching. So that's a considerable severe thunderstorm, not a destructive one. So we still have the old warning in place for that, our beep beep beeps. That's good to hear. If you guys heard that warning, let me know so that everything is going properly on this stream and we can be ready for anything to come through and get your attention. So there you go. For everybody joining, let's go over the risk areas one more time so that you're caught up to date while we're waiting for some of the storms to get going, our primary risk areas.
A new tornado warning
Just
has
kidding.
been issued.
We're going to look at our tornado warning, which will include these areas of Illinois outside of Cook County, I believe, unless that did include Cook County. No. So this is for DuPage, Kane, Kendall, and Wilt, the storm we're looking at pretty much, or basically one of these storms over here, has just received a tornado warning. So all these are spinning. All these are spinning, and they will be our one of the two areas that we're looking at. So, yep, it is our northern storm. Again, the reason why we're able to see this is that we can go up in height here, see the structure of the storm as it moves through. You can see that really faint hook to it right there in our proper supercell shape if I draw it in blue. And our tornado warning is now in pink. So now the sirens are going off. This is for a legitimate tornado warning, so please be taking shelter in Oswego as this passes by and eventually goes up into the Naperville to Romeoville corridor here, up this direction. This is where the storm is headed at the moment. Downstream, you're thinking about Woodridge, Bolingbrook, if you guys aren't in the warning yet or not receiving the warning. Be thinking downstream. That's our first warning of the day in Chicagoland. And if we go up in height, we can see a very clear indication of a tight rotation right here near Boulder Hill and Oswego, traveling up Highway 34. That has prompted this warning. So this may contain a funnel cloud at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a funnel associated with this for anybody who would observe it in person, but please be taking shelter. Let's go over a reminder that sheltering is in the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you have it today. For anybody preparing in these areas, it would be nice to have some stuff in place and have a pillow and your shoes in your interior-most room of your house, and have some forms of entertainment. Make yourself a hot beverage, just so you're ready for these storms that are moving through. So we can take a look at this from several different radar sites here. Maybe some terminal radar imagery would be good to show you guys exactly what's happening here. The terminal radar definitely shows that shrimpy supercell shape. So yeah, we got our little shrimp right here, and the hook of it is right back in here where we're observing a very tight area of rotation in that blue box there on the right. So there you go. From the multiple radar sites, we can confirm that the storm looks tornadic and should be taken seriously for areas around Aurora up to Naperville. So if you get the sirens in Naperville, let me know. It's just the warning is just outside of the center of the city where it shows up on maps here, but the storm will be traveling generally in your area. It was a brief-lived tight rotation here, so we'll keep a close eye on it. This is a little bit of garbled data as well, so at the moment we may have seen one attempt at this storm producing a tornado, but it probably was not successful. In addition, keeping an eye on this storm that's now southeast of Rockford in Illinois up here, you can see maybe a little bit of an area of concern that has pretty much continued just to the north of Kirkland here. So this is going due east. This area is going due east right towards I-90. Not currently warned, but this is something that may be tornado warned in the near term. I like to think that with this upgraded risk for tornadoes today in north central and northeastern Illinois, that the National Weather Service will likely be issuing a few more tornado warnings than usual due to heightened awareness, and this will get people to take action, which is a very good thing. So if this gets a warning issued on it, now you know why. We have a little bit of rotation right in this area that is moving counterclockwise as well. So this would be what we would expect for any sort of tornado to occur with that storm. So in addition to our active warning, again, the tornadic area is right in the center of this right now. It's a little bit tough to see, but this storm generally hooks down like this, and our tornado threat would be right along Highway 34 here if it were occurring. But in addition to that, we've also got another supercell and maybe a couple of them competing here to the south and west of our current tornado warning. That will move generally in the path of Joliet here, Joliet. So no warning on that yet, but we'll see what becomes of this cluster of storms down here that would move into Joliet and that part of the southwest Chicago metro. So as everybody joins in, a lot of sirens going off. This is good to get people weather aware as it's in your immediate area. Let them know that it's happening and coming downstream to them toward Oak Lawn, LaGrange, Darien, and just south of downtown more than likely is where this storm would continue off to the east. So Alsip, Lamont, and up I-55 to 355 junction here, and also to the 294 junction there. So this is where I'd expect this storm to move off. We're going to see it continue off to the east, and more than likely continue to pose a tornadic threat. So one attempt from this storm so far at producing a tornado. We'll see what it does on its next attempt here as it takes some time to wrap back up. All right, so that's our active warning. Let's now that came through right when I was going to go over the overview, let's look at the overview really quickly here to get everyone caught up to speed as you all join in. Pull up the Storm Prediction Center risk here so you can see the areas we're focusing on and when we're focusing on them. So we have our tornado watch there, northeast, north central Illinois. And this is our Storm Prediction Center outlook here on Radar Omega. The two areas of orange are our primary concern for damaging winds down here in west central Missouri into central Missouri near Jefferson City and Columbia. This is expected to start up in the next couple hours and proceed through these areas with very heavy winds, but much less of a tornado threat. So that would be for everybody in central Missouri, St. Louis, in this area. Much lower tornado threat over there. But the tornado threat we're looking at today is going to be in this area, also extending east into southwest and south central Michigan, south of Lansing, and through the extreme northern part of Indiana and northwest Ohio is where we'd be looking. So edge of the tornado threat today is going to be Toledo. Southern edge of it is going to be South Bend to Auburn, Indiana, north of Fort Wayne, and north edge of it is going to be around Kalamazoo to Battle Creek here. So these storms will continue across Lake Michigan here. and we're going to continue to watch them out ahead of this. But the strongest tornado threat is right back in here for now, and we'll watch that as it occurs over the next couple hours. And to cap that off, I do want to say that this is a conditional threat as well for strong tornadoes. You guys have heard of the 10% and the 10 hatched, but it is a conditional threat in particular today because we've had storms move through this morning in this area. There was a band of rain and even some thunder and lightning for the Chicago Metro in the morning, and that's sapped a lot of the energy out. The atmosphere has not had a lot of time to recuperate and really prepare for to be able to maintain a strong tornado threat. But it's had just enough time to where we are concerned with this area, and we will monitor it as such. So that's your recap. This will be probably at least a 4 or 5 hour stream as we wait for the Kansas City, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri area to take off here, and also in East Kansas. And we watch this area over the next couple hours. So focuses will be diverted once the threat starts up down there. But right now we are primarily focused on the tornado threat up north. Hopefully that's got everybody up to speed who's just joining. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Make sure we're getting the word out right as these storms are entering the major population centers and posing a tornadic threat here. So we have one tornado warning for those just joining. It is in just outside of Naperville, Illinois, to the southwest of the center of the city there, center of the suburb. And generally, it looks like the storm is struggling just a little bit, but we are really close to the radar site. You can see almost the fact that there's several showers around it is pushing this thing off to maybe a little bit off to the north and east. But the tornado threat is difficult to identify. It would actually occur in the center of the polygon down here with the hook of the storm, essentially, as it extends down. So just because you can't see it on radar doesn't mean that the threat is not located in this specific spot. And I think that would continue to take this east path towards those areas I called out. Oak Lawn, LaGrange are downstream of this tornado-warned storm. So yeah, you might think nothing is happening in the warning right now, but because we're close to the radar site, we can't actually really see, right next to the surface what's going on. The radar doesn't tell us everything, but we can take some clues from it, some contextual clues, and basically identify where something would occur, which is right in this area. So everybody in the polygon, the storm's about to exit the polygon first and foremost here, so this warning will likely be allowed to expire as we wait for any tight rotation to make itself known so that we can cover it. And again, if you're just joining, I also have some cams for you to look at. This is the Chicago Midway Airport below me. Chicago Midway Airport below me, and also the Rochelle, Illinois railfan camera, which is off to the west now. So the railfan camera can kind of see the back end of this storm over here. That's off to the east of Rochelle. This one's currently a disorganized blob here. The rotating part of the storm is actually this separate cell that's in the mess up here, this little bean right here. But currently no tornado warning up here, and I don't see a reason for there to be one in the near term, but we'll keep a close eye on it. But I am concerned with this storm because it is moving due east, generally at about, 30 miles an hour or so, right in that area, but it's subject to change, and it will probably impact parts of the north to central metro, north to central Chicago metro here. So that's what we're going to see here. Yeah, the radar is not going to show us any wall cloud reports here, but this is not far away from the Midway Airport. The Midway Airport definitely has a gray sky look to it, and I believe that's looking off to the west right now in that cam. So Midway is over here near Alsip, for anybody wondering. So if we are looking off to the west, we can see this storm, or at least the forward flank of the storm that's extending down like this. We have a vantage point looking this direction. All right, so looking at all the other storms that are here right now, not seeing anything in particular. So I'm paying attention to chat. What are you guys feeling right now? What are you thinking right now? Still sirens going on? Let me know what's happening. Do you see some blue skies today in the Chicagoland area? Yeah, my tornado beeps are pretty good. I don't think I'll have to do that today, but we'll see. For anyone curious about Ryan, there's a pinned chat that you can look at. I've got the information right there for you. Right there for you. Because I know you'll be asking. I know you will. Sirens blaring still staying in your basement. Good to hear, Lynn. Thank you for the report there in Naperville. Good to be taking caution there. It's definitely a wall cloud pretty close to you somewhere out there. I'm using GR2 Analyst and Radar Omega today for our radar sites, or our radar programs, rather. Toledo will be a few hours down the line from now. It should be ending by the time it gets to you, but you're still in that threat area. Second round of sirens in Naperville. Probably some small hail is possible with this storm as well, as we watch it go through. Let's play back the loop so you guys can see where the storm originated from. In fact, I'll even download some more data so that we can watch it through here. Because I want to show you guys that this kind of actually popped up in the last hour. I'd say the development of the storm in the last hour is pretty much a lot more than I would have expected, given the thermodynamic profile in place. They should be really slow to mature, but the storm has definitely taken full advantage of the environment. So there you go. This is the last hour. You can see those storms popping up and basically remaining steady state as they enter the metro area. Yeah, today a lot of you here in the Chicagoland area, you might think that a tornado happens when there's gigantic hail and huge supercell and so forth coming through, and you're like, why is it just like barely cloudy and it's just meh, there's just a couple of drops of rain. Well, that doesn't mean there can't be a strong tornado. In fact, what we're looking at here is something called a mini supercell. These are definitely mini supercells in that they're very small. But if any of you are local to this area, you definitely know about the Rochelle to Fairdale, Illinois tornado from 2015. That was from a mini supercell. So mini supercells can still do some gnarly things, and don't let your guard down just because it looks blah outside. It looks a little dreary. There's not going to be gargantuan hail and huge gusts of wind and so forth with mini supercells here. You're just going to have a very localized area of a downpour and possibly supporting a tornado. So mini supercell today. If you want to carry something from today's risk and you're learning something here in the Chicago metro, here's a few mini supercells in your area. Mini shrimps. Mini shrimps. And also for anyone joining today, if you looked at the outlook yesterday or even before 7 a.m. this morning, the north part of the Chicago metro, I don't think was even in a tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. So it goes to show how fast these things can evolve in the matter of a day. And that's why it's really important that, someone like me and Ryan and the team can be here to relay that to you because, not as many people are aware of something like this when it happens so quickly. I think Rockford is looking to be out of the primary area of concern today. We'll see if any back building happens, meaning more storms form back here. But I think that our low pressure system is generally in the vicinity of this area here. So it's going to be really difficult for any more storms to pop up and carry a severe risk on the back end of our low pressure system that's formed here, which is a mesoscale convective vortex. That's what we have in place. For anybody who is meteorologically inclined, that's what we're looking at today. Trains have halted in Aurora. Yeah, very localized area. The storm is past Aurora, though. Basically past Naperville as well. It's currently not tornadic as it moves over Interstate 355 and 88 Junction here, near Woodridge. It's currently not seeing a tornadic threat or any tight areas of rotation here that would say, oh, hey, something's going to drop out of this. But I bet my bottom dollar it's still got some wild cloud on it in person, so still some rotating clouds there. Yes, this will continue into the southwest corner of Michigan, right along the Indiana and Ohio borders. So if you're south of Lansing, do be paying attention. Mississippi, you guys are concerned with a flooding down there. No severe threat down there, or very low in severe threat. So we'll wait for we'll see if a flash flooding concern occurs over Jackson, Mississippi. We'll take a look at the rainfall totals over there. Chicago proper, still watching for you guys. Nothing in particular right now. The storm is generally moving off to the east-northeast, though, instead of taking a southward component. So this is the storm that's headed in your area. The tornado warning is allowed to expire. As you can see, the stream is not red anymore. Not red anymore, so we have no active warnings. But we're waiting to see if another one will take place, especially with this storm down here that will enter the Joliet area up towards Lockport. This one does look a little stronger. However, I don't see rotation on it right now. We can try looking from a different radar site to confirm that, because we have access to multiple, so that we can see, is it rotating or is it not? And even from the Midway Airport, I'm not really seeing any rotation in particular. But from the Midway Airport, what I can see is something we've covered on this channel a few times, which is with our northern storm up here over the Woodridge area. We can see a convergence signature. So right here, the airport's off to the south and east over there. Airport's off to the south and east. And on the right side of your screen, looking at the winds or the velocity. So looking at winds over here, we have winds moving this direction away from the airport and this direction toward the airport, right over Woodridge. So what this means is that the winds are smashing into each other right here over Woodridge. And when this happens, we call that convergence. It causes air to go up because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. It smashes into each other and goes up. That is going to continue our threat for the storm here, dropping some heavy rain. But it could also mean that it may start to wrap up into rotation. So right now, this area not really rotating from the airport, but what it can do is cause all this air to come together right in the center here and start to rotate. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Convergence signatures like these definitely are something I pay very close attention to. And they have produced tornadoes in the past while we've covered them live and called them out early. So that's a look from the Midway Airport. Gives us a really good idea of what's happening with this storm, its current state, its current status. From this, what is this one? I don't know which airport. I guess this is ORD. We can also see that same convergence signature from ORD, a little bit closer to the storm too. Winds generally moving this direction away from the radar and this direction toward the radar, right in this pocket here over Woodridge. So that's the current state of the storm. I'd say it's less rotation, more convergence. We'll see if that begins to rotate right in there. Yeah, this is not a good thing. This is definitely a preceding sign for a possible tornado, so we have to watch it closely. The same is also true up here near Bensonville and Addison. So this would be to the north of Lombard. Let's see, east of Wheaton, southeast of Bloomingdale. So we have another convergence signature up here, and from ORD we can actually see a hook on this storm as well. And definitely looking like a hook forming on this. So this was previously a storm we weren't even looking at. It didn't look supercellular, but from the terminal airport here, the terminal radar at the airport here, we can see that this is a proper supercell, and it's got that same signature with the winds coming together here, right near Addison. So this is the storm that's going to basically move over the North Metro area, Norridge, Elmwood, Park up to Lincolnwood, and Park Ridge and Rosemont. If you're in this area, this is not currently tornado warned, but from the terminal radar, we can see that this is a concerning look. So very, very useful resources for a tornado threat in the metro. We have several radar sites to look at and get different perspectives on storms. So I can tell you exactly what's going on. Because yeah, this is the radar we'd usually be looking at, our Doppler radar here, and I mean, you can't really tell too much about what's going on up here with this Bensonville storm, but from that terminal radar, for sure, definitely looks like a lot more of a concerning signature. Yeah, that is O'Hare. It just didn't look like it was in the right spot. I never can remember exactly where O'Hare is. I know it's near Rosemont, or at least I thought it was, but our radar is down here near LaGrange, so If that's actually where it is, very good. This is the Midway Airport. I know that for sure. ORD confuses me. So, speaking of the Midway Airport, I do have the camera from that airport right there. Should a storm pass very close to it, we will have a look from the Midway Airport right here near Alsip and Oak Forest. We can see this storm in particular up here to its northwest. Just looks like a hazy sky, though. I think we're too far away to see the base of the storm, where the wall cloud would be, if there was one. So yeah, let's pay really close attention. Let's look through these storms one more time. And then I'm going to pay really close attention to our Bensonville storm in particular. So let's make sure we're watching this one. This one probably looks like the most concerning one to me in the near term. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on this. Currently, we're seeing the convergence. We're seeing winds come together here over Addison and Bensonville to the north of Elmhurst, and we can see the shape of the supercell here on the left side. If this starts to rotate right in here, then we'll definitely call that out. Definitely will be worth a warning if it starts to wrap up pretty tightly here, because what I can tell you is in these brighter reds here on the right side, these are winds generally about 20 miles an hour, and on the brighter greens, 30 miles an hour. So it's not insignificant when you have basically a difference of 50 miles an hour between the two. Those are winds that are pretty strong relative to the storm if they do come together and form some rotation. So keeping a close eye on both of these storms in particular. Currently no warnings. Bensonville is just west of O'Hare. Yeah, so it is up here, but our radar is down in the LaGrange area. So I was right. I was right. Nope, Arkansas is fine. You guys are dealing with a flash flooding risk earlier today. Hopefully that wasn't too bad for y'all. Yep, definitely waiting for this to start rotating. If we play this back a few frames, you can see back here when it was near Addison that the winds basically were just straight aligned with the radar. But as we get closer, we're starting to see the storm push down that rear flank. The rear flank's pushing down here. Here's it on the right side. And rotation is definitely going to start wrapping up right in this area. So I'm watching this very closely. We may be a couple minutes away from the storm attempting to produce a funnel cloud or perhaps a weak tornado. So currently no warning on it, but we can see the preceding signs and tell you guys exactly what's happening here. So this is starting to rotate for sure. And we'll take a look at any tornado threat that ramps up alongside that. Starting to rotate. Wouldn't say you need to be in shelter yet, out ahead of it for Norwich, Rosemont, over to Lincolnwood, if you're in that area of the northwest side of the metro. Don't think you need to be in shelter yet, but I will let you know the moment that I think you should be, even if there is no warning in place. It's going to rain on your porch? Sure. Any threat for Addison? Looks like it's passing over Addison right now before doing anything significant. So you'll probably be on the back side of it. So find yourselves on the map in the Chicago Metro here. We're concerned primarily with these two storms moving through generally on a due easterly pace with a little bit of a northward component. So basically to the south of the Chicago Metro and right through, maybe right through downtown and on the north side of it as well. So anywhere in between is fine, but I'm concerned with these two storms as they pass off to the east. They're currently not tornado warned. St. Louis is all right for now. You guys aren't expecting much today. Might be some storms in your area later. I'm in Minnesota. All right, still watching this. Let's honestly, I'm gonna open up a new radar site here. We'll have multiple radar sites going over the Chicago area so that I can keep close track of what's going on here. So I want to be able to flick through them back and forth. I want to be able to flick through them. We did have that funnel cloud reported, also back near Oswego. That makes sense to me. So that storm did have a funnel cloud reported with it. The one that's going over Joliet right now doesn't look too bad. We were concerned about that one a little bit ago, but It looks like the two storms competing with each other have kind of caused a disorganized mess there for now. So that one looks okay. Another one I'm going to start paying attention to is now that this southern part of this blob of storms has gotten going. These were the ones back near Rockford, and these have some of that, a little bit of that southern track to them. You can see they're generally moving in this path. So these are going to go over the same areas. I'm concerned with this southern one, and the reason why is because all of the winds at the surface here are flowing in from the south into the storm. So these are the winds that are warm, humid, and supportive for storms and tornadoes. If they're flowing unimpeded up into this particular supercell, then this one's going to have more of a chance at producing a tornado. That's gonna be my concern. So we're gonna watch this one in particular. The southern one is the concerning one to me. I saw the rotation earlier with the northern one, but I was like, it's kind of in that rain-cooled mess. I don't think it'll do too much, and that's certainly been the case. But now, the southern one here near Burlington is starting to rotate a little bit more, and thus I will be watching it closely. I've heard both. I've heard Joliet and Joliet. I don't know. I feel like they might be interchangeable. So watching this one in particular, it would be the worst case here is if we have multiple tornado warnings in the same spot, but in different times. Like if this storm here near Bensonville does get together enough for a tornado warning to be issued for it, and then these storms back in here move through some of the same areas, we definitely want to make sure we're communicating clearly that, hey, that's two different storms. So that's not happened yet, but that's something I'm paying very close attention to as these storms move through the metro. So you're just joining, none of these are tornado warned. This is a conditional threat for tornadoes today. This first round has developed here. We have this sort of line of convergence here that's popped up storms moving through most of the Chicago metro right now. But we also have these storms back here that are going to move also into the Chicago metro once again. And these ones probably will have a little bit more widespread impacts in terms of rain and maybe some gusty winds. So that's what we're looking at over there. We still have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. I guess we'll go and take a look at that on radar Omega. Is that... okay, that's over here, east of Lubbock, which is not even in a severe risk today, but we've got a considerable risk for 70-mile-an-hour winds east of Lubbock. Impacting some recently impacted areas. So this is just south of Matador in Texas here. Just a strong windstorm there in the general thunderstorm risk. That looks to be the case. And then some windstorms moving through Hattiesburg, also in Mississippi. But again, that's not even in our severe thunderstorm threat from the Storm Prediction Center today. I think our primary concern down here is any flooding concerns around the Jackson, Mississippi area today. And then here we go. We start to see our damaging wind threat and also some hail start up in our Missouri area today. So this is our highlighted risk for severe weather today in eastern Kansas through parts of Missouri. These are going to be for damaging winds and hail. We've got that started up here. Another area should probably pop up back in here around Topeka and Kansas City. Tornado threat is low. So let's look at the tornado threat on radar Omega here, so I can show you guys exactly what you'll be concerned with. This is the tornado outlook on radar Omega. The green is a marginal or the lowest end risk. It does extend for quite a few people, but the lowest end tornado risk is in the green here. So our primary tornadic concerns are up here, southwest Michigan, north Indiana, probably north of Fort Wayne, in the brown here, and also in the yellow. So that's what we got going here. So no matter what you're seeing on model data or anyone who's taken a peek at that in particular, this is still a conditional threat, which means that we've had storms move through earlier today. They've sucked up a lot of the energy in the atmosphere and made it more difficult for a tornado threat to occur today, but also at the same time, the fact that those storms moved through has been what has allowed this tornado threat to actually transpire here. So the reason this tornado threat is in place is because of that line of storms that moved through earlier today. It's got a mesoscale convective vortex, an MCV, or basically its own little low pressure system swirling around in here. I don't know where exactly it is actually. It's a little bit hidden in here, but I think it's right near the Chicago Metro, the state line. And that's allowed for some wind profiles in the atmosphere that are supportive for tornadoes. So that's what we're watching right now. That's what we are watching right now. No warnings active, which is great. I've covered a couple of those conditional threats before on this channel. If anyone remembers the Cole, Oklahoma day on April 19th, that was a conditional threat that ended up being in the worst case scenario. It would be great if a conditional threat today did not end up in the worst case scenario, and so far, that's been the case. So far, we're good in that department. So looking at this terminal radar right here shows me that there may be a tornado ongoing right outside Burr Ridge. So you take a really close look at this, it looks funky, right? Look how funky this is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But right outside Burr Ridge, there you go. There's a warning for it. More than likely, that should be warned here. We can see that from the ORD radar site. And yep, sure enough, our warning was just issued for that. This is a really funky looking one, but we're right next to the radar site, so we can see this hook is actually shaped like this into the supercell that's right on top of the radar. So this is your supercell shape, and there was your rotation right over Burr Ridge, just south of I-55. So now that is warned right at the same time I saw it. Looks like it was present for about 3 minutes. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good sightseeing right there on that rotation. About 2 or 3 minutes there as this ramped up. I think it's already done right here looking next to the surface, but still some strong winds are possible. Maybe some ground circulation possible too. Because right now we're looking 120 feet up. So we're definitely looking at or through a tornado if we are indeed scanning one from this radar site. This would be scanning right through this tornado if it were occurring here. So there you go. New warning right there. Saw it at the same time as the National Weather Service there. For our northern storm moving through the Norwich area, from this radar site, I can't tell. A bunch of this purple stuff here on the velocity is just garbled data. It's no data. So it's not possible to actually see through and through of what's occurring up there in that storm. We'll have to take a look at a different radar site. Yeah, right here. This is going to move into the Hodgkins Justice area along I-294-55 junction towards Bedford Park, Bridgeview, and Summit. So please be taking shelter. This tornado is probably back on the ground, actually, given we're scanning right through this rotation here. 100 feet above the ground. This definitely looks like it could be a brief ongoing tornado. Wow, this is one heck of a source of data. From this area, it's not useful. We also can't look at the correlation coefficient, so we can't tell what's going on here, but in terms of debris. But, I mean, I would almost bet that you could see a funnel with this, if not an ongoing tornado. So, yeah, here, let's look at this from the WSR-88D here. This is likely an ongoing tornado here. I just don't have a great look at it. But that latest scan tells me that we have something going on there. So this is almost certainly about to be, if it isn't already, a tornado on the ground. Right outside, just right over the junction of I-55 and 294 where they cross over. So just outside Hodgkins. If you know anyone in Hodgkins, go ahead and let them know. This looks concerning enough. We probably are seeing something kick up debris there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
McHenry County. Where's that at? McHenry County. Oh, that is for our northern storm. Oh, wow, okay. So from the terminal radar, actually, we can see this rotation here in McHenry County. So our northern storm actually did go first here, and I think both of them will. So we may see tornado warnings on both of these storms entering the northwest part of the metro here. So this is outside West Dundee and Huntley. At the moment, moving due east, so that's our new warning there. Southeast corner of McHenry County is where that's headed through. We can see that from the terminal radar. That's impressive to me. Okay, so Hodgkins, Illinois, is right where this is. I do believe this is more than likely an ongoing tornado. And I'm going to zoom in here so I can find exactly locations to call out here. So just past Burr Ridge, moving through Countryside, Hodgkins, Bedford Park, and Summit are definitely up next in the line of sight of this tornado. Looks like it's going to move right through Countryside and Hodgkins over Sundown Meadow, Theodore Stone Forest, and right along the sanitary ship canal, the Plain River here, along Interstate 55. So that is right where the tornado is, if it is ongoing, and I do think it is. Let's take another look at the WSR here so I can see if we have any debris. And yeah, most certainly we do. So this is definitely a debris signature. Now we have a tornado on the ground here just outside Hodgkins. This warning has not been upgraded yet, but I expect it will be. So this is an ongoing tornado. Here you go. Tornado's right here outside Countryside. It's headed straight for Summit, Illinois, in the Chicago metro. There is a lot there. That's a very tight road system, street system. Very just outside of Midway. Let's see. Can we see anything on the Midway? The Midway cam there? That is just outside of the Midway Airport. So this we have the Midway Airport right here. I can't really see anything on that yet, but we'll take a close look at that. This is an ongoing tornado, 100% guaranteed. We have the debris signature on here on the right side, just off of I-55 to the north, waiting for this tornado to be upgraded to be confirmed. This warning, that is, right as it heads into Summit. Downstream, this is likely going to include parts of the downtown proper that are not in a suburb here. So east of Summit into downtown, right over the Midway Airport here, up through Central Stickney, Brighton Park, LeClaire Courts, Archer Heights, if you guys know these suburbs in Chicago proper. That is where this is headed to. And this is not a good look. I would imagine this might be upgraded maybe a couple stages here. So ongoing tornado. Please let everybody know that this is happening. I hope it doesn't continue, but yeah, there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that whatsoever.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so let's take a look at the terminal radar so we can get very, very tight updates as to where this is. I mean, that's just as clear could be. Here's our tornado, guys, right off Hodgkins. This is our debris ball on the terminal radar. It's literally 33 feet above the ground. So this is sampling a tornado right inside the tornado. This radar is sampling it. It's just off to the north of the tornado as it goes through Hodgkins. The north part of Hodgkins. So that's right over the Walmart and the Target there. Approaching to Plain River, south of McCook, and it's going to go right through, or very close to Summit. Might even be occluding right now as it begins to take that northern hook into it, so this could go very close to McCook as well. That'd be JC's Ristorante, McCook Bohemian Restaurant and Lounge. If this does occlude to the north, this is why we need everybody in a warning to take shelter. So again, we're looking at this going up to the north here, just in case it continues off that direction. Right now, this is over the Target on the north side of Hodgkins. You can see the tornado proper there. I mean, that's as clear as day of. I've never seen a radar sample a tornado like this. So there you go. We have winds moving this direction on this side and this direction inside the vortex of the tornado right here, right in the center of it. So this is an ongoing tornado doing damage. Big debris signature on it. So things are being hit here. We have a confirmed warning with this as it continues off. Downline, we want to be thinking about Lyons, Brookfield, Riverside, just in case it keeps going to the north. Please be taking shelter up there. Forest View, right along the sanitary ship canal. You guys know it. It parallels.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Parallels I-55 here, right along this area. Oh, geez. Okay. Wow. Okay, let's take another look at this from our Doppler radar so we can see where everything is. So A huge, huge debris signature right east of Countryside, north of Hodgkins. Again, that is basically right over the shopping district here. There's a Sam's Club, Aldi, Kohl's, Target on the north side of Hodgkins, where this went right over. That went right over that area, and all of this blue here is debris. So this is a confirmed ongoing tornado. If we play it back, you can see that it's kind of beginning to move to the north on the latest scans. This has it progged to go due east, but actually it's beginning to occlude just a little bit to the north. Could have some deviant motion, so we need to be thinking about everybody here along Highway 34 off to the north of I-55 in the Forest View, Riverside, Lyons, Stickney areas in just outside of downtown Chicago limits here. Okay, do we have reports? So let's look at the Midway Airport here. I don't think we can really see what's happening. The Midway Airport is in Summit.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
It is in Summit, east of Summit. So the tornado is west of Summit right now. Can we see it in there? They're zooming in on it. Let's go. I'm gonna bring that up full so that you guys are paying attention to this. I'm gonna bring that up full. So let's look at the airport, what they're seeing there. So I can't really tell what's in this mess here, but the tornado would probably be on the right side of the camera here, just outside the frame of where they're looking. But it has definitely done a lot of damage, and a lot of debris is there. So wow, okay, so that new warning includes all of Chicago downtown. They did not they did not. They did not do anything short of letting everybody know here. So this is good. This is what we need. I mean, it's terrible, but it's exactly what we need here. Kane County, Illinois, also under a warning on the north side of the county. That's outside Geneva, east of Lily Lake, for those wondering. All right, show. Man, I can't really tell what's going on in there. I don't see what looks like the tornado in there. I'm not sure, because I don't see a clear lowering. I think it's off to the right side of this camera. I don't think we can see it on this camera. I think it's off on this side. So here's a look at the new warning. That includes downtown Chicago, Cicero, all the way up, all the way up. That includes areas, this is basically downtown in a PDS warning here. This is not a tornado emergency yet, but I mean, it's definitely, you need to be taking shelter in these areas. So everybody, let them know in Chicago. This is going right through Cicero as it stands. Stickney, Cicero, Berwyn, and west of downtown is right where this is headed. Follow this blue arrow. Just anywhere in this pink polygon is your tornado warning, your newest one that you're going to hear sirens for. You will have
New
sirens for this.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Good grief. Okay. You will have sirens for this. You will hear sirens for this. So everybody let them know that we're covering this tornado, its exact path, as it's done damage already in Hodgkins, Illinois, and will continue to do damage right paralleling I-55 here. It's paralleling I-55 right up the Ship Canal and going towards Stickney and Cicero. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. On the right side of your screen is the debris and the greens and blues that this tornado has kicked up. This is where the tornado is right now, outside of Forest View. That is where the tornado is. We can see right next to it. Right next to it. This is the tornado, literally 22 feet off the ground. This is the tornado on the right side, just outside McCook. 22 feet off the ground. We are sampling the vortex and also the debris field of this tornado from the radar site that is literally, like a couple hundred feet away from this tornado as it progresses. This is ongoing, tornado on the ground. In addition to that, we have a new confirmed warning in Kane County. We've just called that one out. That's east of Lily Lake. You can see our debris ball right up here outside Plato Center. So here's our debris ball, confirmed tornado ongoing outside Plato Center, Illinois, headed towards Elgin. Elgin. You guys in South Elgin and Elgin are in a confirmed warning. Please take shelter in the basement, the interior-most room of your house. You have an active tornado ongoing, approaching your area, especially South Elgin. South Elgin. Whatever. Tell me which one it is. Let me know. So confirmed tornado ongoing just outside. It's a couple minutes away. Here. Okay, so that's the latest on that tornado over there. Please be taking shelter out ahead of this in Streamwood, Hanover Park, Schaumburg, Roselle, Bloomingdale. Yeah, this is all the population. You guys be taking shelter. Interior-most room of your house or a basement if you have it. Interior-most room or a basement if you have it. Take shelter in these areas right now. Bring me with you. Elgin, thank you. Bring me with you. Bring a pillow with you or a mattress, and bring your shoes with you. For everybody in the tornado warnings right now in Cicero, please be taking shelter. Interior-most room or a basement. Pillow, shoes, everyone's accounted for. Bring me with you. And there you go. That's all you need to do. Just go ahead and do it. You can go ahead and get in shelter right now. Doesn't even matter if you're not in the warning proper. It's just good practice. So please be doing it no matter where you are here in the northern half of the Chicago metro is where we're watching right now. Okay, so back to downtown here. I believe this radar site's probably down. Yeah, so this radar site is down. It was right next to the tornado. Likely got impacted by the tornado as it passed over very close to the airport here. So right now this tornado is over Forest View and Stickney. right now over Forest View and Stickney. Approaching Cicero. Still doing damage. Here's a look at the debris. Still doing damage. Still large debris ball right now with this mini supercell like we were talking about. Mini supercells have the chance to do this. I don't know if we even have feed on the Midway airport anymore, but we were watching that just in case we could see it. So again, this is going to travel right through, basically right through Cicero, maybe just off the northwest part of downtown at the moment. All right, so areas of concern, suburbs here are North Lawndale, West Garfield Park, East Garfield Park. The Lawndale area, Garfield Park area, Westtown, Noble Square. If this continues due off to the northeast, it'll be Westtown, West Loop, Ukrainian Village, the Goose Island area, if you know where that is, River West, west of the river here. Near North Side, Old Town. These are areas where the tornado could impact if it continues on its path here and continues doing damage. Right now, it is approaching Cicero from the southwest. Is right over Stickney, likely moved on from this area too. So it's probably just across Stickney, in between Stickney and Cicero, if it's still doing damage here. This is a particularly dangerous situation warning. So the latest update has it passed through Stickney. More than likely, tornado damage just occurred in Stickney. We need people to be taking shelter in those areas. I am aware, Ryan's Life. This is what we plan to do if you look at the pinned comment. This is exactly as it is exactly going to plan here. Based on what we need to do. So there you go. There's the latest on that. Looking at our Elgin storm here. We have still a debris signature outside of Elgin and South Elgin, just in between the two areas here. I expect this tornado warning to be continued. I'm not sure if it's still on the ground. We may have a little bit of debris fallout or just circling around after this tornado has
So I just want to also point out that there's a large cone tornado on the ground near Elgin, Illinois. I do believe that is the
Elgin.
south warning to the left. There's a large cone on the ground right now doing damage.
So you can hear Riley coming through there. Anyone who comes through Zoom on Ryan's stream will also come through mine. I wish I could lower the latency on my thing here, but I cannot. All right, we're good. It's fine. Pay attention to both streams. I've got the exact path going for anybody who needs it here. So the tornado near Cary and Lake Zurich here, Lake Zurich, Barrington, is not currently confirmed, but it looks like we could have one at any point here. And the storm near Elgin is mostly falling apart here. It has already done damage. We have that debris signature there. We have a confirmed warning there. So I need you guys to be taking shelter. It looks like it is lifted. I agree with that. But please continue taking shelter regardless of that. Our tornado near Stickney and Cicero definitely looks a little bit less impressive as well. the hope is that it continues to be exactly that way, but we lost one radar site, so we can bring this other one over here. This is what the tornado looked like 10 minutes ago. We sampled the funnel directly, incredibly enough. So let's see if we can see anything on this storm up here. No, I don't see anything in particular. The
I'm
tornado,
not
where
sure
the
if you got a
tornado would
chance
be.
to set up stream text, but if you go there, there is a picture of that tornado in or whatever town it was. I just blanked. But there you can retweet it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is where the tornado was. It definitely looks like it is not still on the ground. That is the hope. But I bet that there is a debris field obscuring visibility in this area, and that's why we continue to see this show up from the Midway airport here. Okay, so now looking at anything else, I think our tornado is lifted near Cicero. For anybody wondering, I think it is lifted, but please continue to take shelter. Does not look like it is doing as much damage. Definitely not as much damage as it was, but areas were impacted near Hodgkins through Forest View and McCook and Lyons here. That was definitely where the tornado has done damage, and the hope is that it is not doing damage anymore, but of course, please continue to take shelter in this pink polygon. You can see it there right in the middle on the left side. The tornado would be right here near Cicero, but I think it is no longer ongoing. That is the hope. Back here, you could definitely see more of a concerning signature that would point to an active tornado. And then up here, it looks like the rotation has begun to weaken. That does not mean you can come out of your safe spots. All right, so that's a look over there. Let's go back and look at our Elgin storm from the Doppler radar. From what we can tell, the storm is not doing too much compared to what it was doing a few minutes ago. If we play this back, we can see where that tornado was. Some very strong rotation showing up, and definitely doing damage. A strong cone tornado was reported from that storm. Our new area of concern actually could be split in two here. We could see two different supercells right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That would prompt our tornado warning out in front of this. So that would include parts of DuPage and Cook County once again. That's going to be for this storm. So, or maybe these two storms together is what I would say. So Cook and DuPage County under another warning in this area for Mount Prospect, Bensonville, and Bloomingdale. I called you guys out ahead of time, and now you do have a warning as these storms continue into your area. EDS is particularly dangerous situation. Yep, make sure everybody's accounted for when you're taking shelter in these areas. Once again, that's the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got it. Interior-most room of your house or a basement if you got it. Closet and bathroom work best for y'all. And make sure that you are, make sure that you take a pillow, your shoes, and everybody is accounted for. And then have a way to receive the warnings. Continue to listen to our streams here. Ryan and I on YouTube so that you guys can know exactly where this thing is, exactly where any new ones pop up, and what to pay attention to. So you can see our previous storm here has almost undergone its own complete occlusion and formed a baby, basically a baby right here in the stomach of the storm. You can watch it just kind of, it's just like right on top of itself. And now the parent tornado has broadened out. The parent supercell has broadened out and is weakening, dying off overall as it approaches downtown and the northwest side of downtown. And we have a new mini supercell here in the center of it that has taken on definitely a more concerning look and may be our next tornado producer if it continues to look like this. So I don't know if I've ever seen a supercell like shed its skin like that. I know that's not what happened. It's two separate updrafts, but it definitely looks like it just shed its skin. I'm gonna call it the snake supercell, the Chicago snake. I'm gonna call it that. Give it a name. It's more memorable. People are gonna remember it, and they're gonna take action as a result. So you got your snake nader here, shedding its skin. That is impressive, man. I know it's two separate updrafts. I'm saying things that people will relate to and people will remember. That's the thing we want to get out of this is people take shelter. Snake nader. Wow. That was intense. Elevator rescues are needed. Stony Creek has homes damaged. Roofs off of a home. I think our parent tornado that has done damage is lifted. Our previous warning here is already done for. It is an occluded tornado, one that has stopped doing damage, but we have this new supercell just off to the south of it. Now in the south side of downtown here, that is not yet producing a tornado, but could shortly here if it gets its act together further. We'll have the first look at that here. So
Hey Ryan, if you take a look at TORD right on the radar site, it does look like there's another tornado that could be on the ground. It's not warned, but it is moving into an area that's already warned.
I thought TRD wasn't working. Interesting call from Riley. I don't think this radar is working, so I don't know why he
It's
called
like
that.
right on top of the radar site.
Yeah, that's bad information. Don't listen to Riley there. That's bad information. This radar hasn't been working for 20 minutes. That's our old tornado. All right, we can't be spreading misinformation, Riley. Come on now. Do I got to turn the lights green? I got to turn the lights green. Good grief. I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is going to get nasty here, but that's misinformation. Let me see what I can do. All right, I have an idea. I'm going to do it like this. Okay, let me see. So let's see if I can get through. All right, I don't think I'm going to be able to get through to Ryan. But I just want to make sure we don't spread false information there. So let's get back to this because it looks like we're going to be able to do our separate thing here. Oh, Ryan, you're so silly. Okay, so Ryan's going to continue his coverage. I just want to make sure that we don't spread misinformation like that, because yeah, the ORD site has been down for a while. That's not a separate tornado. That was our previous one. So let me get back to you guys being able to hear warnings as they come through. I know they were silenced because I had Ryan's audio in my ear. I don't want you guys to listen to that. So, with our new warnings, it has been upgraded for Bloomingdale and Roselle, like we were talking about. So I believe that it's actually our northern tornado warning here, or our northern tornadic cell here near Streamwood. That has gotten a confirmation here. That is just outside of Elgin and South Elgin, right in between the two. This is the area it's in here and passing off to the due east towards Streamwood. However, I do think that this southern storm is going to try to get its act together too. All of these areas right here are basically several outlets for storms to start doing damage essentially here. So we could see it wrap up at any one of these points. And I think there have been several tornadoes that have occurred in that fashion. So that's the same for Streamwood, Schaumburg. Those areas are in the same warning. Same warning, same tornado that has done damage a couple of times now, a couple of different tornadoes. And the debris that's associated with the storm is in this area.
Warning has been issued.
Okay, so we got Pennsylvania. All right, oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna go through our current warnings one by one, so you know exactly what's happening here. So you know exactly what's happening. We go through them one by one here. So from our previous particularly dangerous situation warning, that is going through that was going through near the downtown Chicago area. That tornado is likely not doing damage at the moment. It has a bunch of debris associated with it that you can see on this frame here from when it was previously doing damage near Forest View and Hodgkins. So this is a bunch of debris fallout that you're looking at here. This is a strong tornado, more than likely, that has impacted several business areas and lofted quite a bit of debris. So this is all debris fallout right in the circle. There's a ton of debris because there is a ton of stuff here for it to hit. So I don't think this tornado is on the ground at the moment as it goes right over the northwest side of downtown. This is not on the ground, but it will have that debris field associated with it. So that's our current warning. That will be allowed to expire as it gets out over the lake. Over the lake here. So this was our previous tornado that is not doing damage. Please continue to take shelter in it though, and you have a storm behind it that I would be equally concerned about. I would be equally concerned about the storm behind it, okay? And also the one just to the south of Chicago. You can see this supercell over Lake Michigan right now. So over the lake, it's not really showing signs of quieting down too much. It's still a proper, mature supercell. So the lake right now is not going to prevent nothing. It's not going to prevent nothing from happening here. You got tornadoes that have done damage. The lake, the lake is the lake, and the tornadoes are the tornadoes. They happened. So your lake is not, your old folklore tale is not preventing tornadoes in this case. All right, and then our other warnings are up here near Lake Zurich. This is in Southwest Lake County in Illinois, Southwest Lake County. It's headed towards Long Grove, Vernon Hills, Buffalo Grove, just outside Barrington. No confirmed tornado with this, although there may be one ongoing. I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit of debris was showing up here right over Highway 14 near Barrington in Illinois and Lake Zurich. I wouldn't be surprised if this was an ongoing tornado. If it is confirmed, there's a very brief instance of possible debris that we could confirm with this, as it is in higher reflectivity. So we'll see if this gets confirmed at all, but this is more than likely a dangerous situation unfolding here near Lake Zurich and about to cross over Highway 12 as well towards Long Grove. So this is going due east right now. These storms are moving due east, all of them at about 30 miles an hour. So you still have time to prepare out ahead of this thing in Long Grove, Vernon Hills, out ahead of this thing in Bloomingdale, Bensonville, up through Elk Grove Village, Des Plaines, and along Interstate 294 to 90. This will go over ORD as well. Eventually here you can see Interstate 190 right there leading to the airport. So this is going to go over the airport, likely prompt a mass sheltering event at the airport as we see that warning continue. So if you know anybody in ORD, this would be the area of concern and to tell them, hey, you should just go ahead and get in like the bathrooms where they have the tornado safety shelters. They're in the bathrooms at that airport. I'm almost certain about that. It would be good to get there ahead of the mass so it's not like a stampede at all. Although we are in the evening hours, there shouldn't be too many flyers, but that is it's an international airport. That's one of the most popular. So you don't want any incidents in terms of being, injured because you fell over in a crowd here at the airport. So it's a good idea to be ahead of the crowd if you are, or you know somebody in O'Hare at the moment for a layover or whatever, or on a delayed flight. They should be in getting to the bathrooms at the moment, if they aren't already. I don't want anybody to get injured in a stampede here. So that's for ORD because this tornado warning is just outside of the airport area, which is right in here, right in there. Yeah, there are signs, but you never know what people will do when they go into a tornado warning. Will they take it seriously or will they not? Oops. Okay, so again, previous tornado did not impact downtown Chicago. This was all debris fallout from this previous supercell. The tornado likely tracked, if you guys need an exact path for the tornado, I tracked it from the very beginning near Burr Ridge. Burr Ridge to Hodgkins, it likely tracked along this path and ended somewhere near Cicero. So this is the exact path of the tornado where it did a bunch of damage right in through this area. So right through here, just outside of the ORD radar, outside LaGrange to the north and west of Summit through McCook, north side of Hodgkins, where the Walmart and the Target, Aldi, and that shopping center are. That is where the tornado progressed. It likely ended somewhere near Stickley and Cicero, and has more than likely not done damage in the vicinity of downtown Chicago and the city limits. Okay. So more than likely has not done damage in the city limits of Chicago. Our new supercells here that might be tornadic currently are not warned in the vicinity of downtown Chicago. They should be over the lake soon, but we watch them very closely. So no tornado ongoing yet. I would just be staying in my safe spot anywhere in Chicago, though. Anywhere in Chicago, I would be staying in my safe spot. Because the day is not really the day is not really over yet. These storms up here are generally traveling due east, could have the chance to also propagate to the east southeast. Okay. So once again, oh man, let's go look at Pennsylvania too, because that popped up. Jefferson County in Pennsylvania. I meant to go over there, but it's just been so much going on right now. So we had a warning up here in Jefferson County. Let's take a quick look at this up here in Pennsylvania. Surprising. One little good grief, I don't even know what to call this. One little shrimp up here near Brookville has prompted this warning previously. Definitely had some tight rotation here. A little bit of an interesting shape to it right here. I'd say it's shaped like this, a little bean up here in Pennsylvania. And that is generally looking to travel to the north of Du Bois, north of Falls Creek, and right to the north of I-80 over here in Pennsylvania near Brockway. So that's Jefferson County for you. Brief update. Latest scan of that warning looks much weaker than what prompted the warning, so I think it'll be done with. It was just a brief incidence here of a tornado genesis possible. So I think this is probably going to be the end of this warning and the tornado threat with that cell. I hope it dies off like that, like it continues to do so. Let's go back to Chicago. Guys, I can't do anything about Ryan's stream crashing. I'm glad 7,000 people have told me though. I'm glad they have. Ryan's purpose today was to cover a particularly dangerous situation for Chicago downtown that was put in place. That is what he did. If he crashed, he will not be back on. So we will continue to cover it here. We will continue to cover it here. Yeah, that's typical, Aaron. I appreciate the information. He got kicked off the internet, yeah. All right. So, latest information. Let's look at the wow, man, look at that. There's even blue skies behind this from the Midway airport. You see that? The rain goes over the airport and there's blue skies behind this. But I think that I don't know. I don't think we'll see too many more storms forming down in this region. If that is the case, and we see more tornado possible storms forming down here along this boundary back here, you can see it, then we'll have another round of a possible severe threat for areas that were just impacted, right in the vicinity of Hodgkins here. All right, so getting very close to all these storms in the first round, moving off toward the Lake of Michigan and over the lake. So the only ones left that are concerning are just the south of Cicero and Chicago. This is basically the only one that's concerning right here, but it is very small. Has probably a little bit more time to go before it can properly mature. No other tornado warnings here in the south side of the metro at the moment, as these storms remain non-tornadic for the time being. Okay, that's the latest update down there. In the west side of the metro, near Bloomingdale, north of Wheaton, headed towards the Bensonville area, Elk Grove Village. Talked about you guys earlier how there could be several warnings for you today. And in that case, we want to make sure you know that each one that comes through is new. It is a unique warning. It would be a separate storm as we get the second line moving through here. So from the radar orientation, unfortunately, there's almost nothing I can see here. As we're looking due north from the radar here, so it can be a bit tough to tell if there is an active tornado ongoing with any of these three spots where we would see winds coming together like this and rotating on the right side of your screen here. So all three of these are worth continuing the tornado warning east. Again, that's going to include ORD, the airport here, Chicago Airport O'Hare. And if it's not already ongoing, that will prompt a mass sheltering event at the airport. If you know somebody there or you are at the airport at O'Hare, it's a good idea to go ahead and get in the shelters, in the bathrooms. The signs will point you to them, tornado shelters in the bathrooms, ahead of the crowd if you can, so that you can avoid any injuries due to, trampling or being in a crowd in case you fall over. So if you are if you're at risk due to that physical disability and so forth, go ahead and get in the shelters ahead of time. I've called that out a few times now, so hopefully I could reach some people that would remain safer by taking action earlier at the airport. Okay, so more than likely, we're going to see that tornado warning issued. That would include the Chicago O'Hare Airport area and these interstates. So you see this pink box back here? That's our tornado warning previously issued as the storms move through the Elgin area and east along Highway 20 here and toward I-290. These are still capable of producing tornadoes as they go off to the east, and thus I do believe we'll see another tornado warning out in front of this, maybe in the same fashion. And that's why I want you to be taking shelter if you are in O'Hare. Yes, O'Hare could be next in line. Maybe not for a strong tornado, but there have been several. There have been several images of the ones that have occurred already. The Midway camera is not going to show me too much of anything right now. It's just going through a couple of showers down there in Oak Lawn. So unfortunately, I can't see too much down there, or in Summit rather. So it's just going through this heavy shower right now. So I'm not going to be able to see too much from that. We'll just have we'll have it in the vicinity to let you know that stuff is happening. In addition, South Central Lake County in Illinois is under a tornado warning still for this area of rotation right here, just south of Lake Zurich. So that's going to go towards Long Grove River Woods. It's traveling due east at about 30 miles an hour towards I-94 near Deerfield and Highwood. So right now there may not be a tornado ongoing with this storm. I have reason to believe there may have been a brief or weak tornado with this previously, despite this warning never being confirmed. So we might see the results of that back near Cary and along Highway 14 here. But at the moment, Long Grove is next in the direct line of sight for where the tornado possible part of the storm is, right here south of Lake Zurich. So down the line, that's Deerfield and Highwood as the storm continues off to the east. Okay, that's an update on all the warnings. All the warnings. We did see a tornado report up here east of Huntley, so that definitely confirms my suspicions just a little bit here, east of Huntley in Illinois, about 35 minutes ago. This radar site is down, I think. Okay. Okay, losing radar data is not good. We're gonna have to go to the Midway Airport. I think that's the only one we have left. That is still updating here. Yeah, so the Chicago radar may be down at the moment. I'm not getting updates from that, so let's go over here just to take a peek at anything that might be going on in the last few minutes. Again, still watching for a new warning that would include O'Hare. Currently does not exist. Our storms are a little bit discombobulated here. The most oh, there it is right there. Okay, so given we have that there, will it come through the system? Will we hear that warning? Or do I need to update this? We are currently at 4, so I think it should come through unless everything crashed. Okay, well, no, it should come through. Let's see if it does. Okay, it's time for an Andy warning. Boop-a-da-boop, boop-a-da-boop. New tornado warning issued. For northeast DuPage County, northwest Cook County here, including Bloomingdale, Bensonville, Addison, the Chicago O'Hare Airport just outside of it. Rosemont is just outside of this, Elk Grove Village. All right, there we go. We did get an Andy warning in here today, because that didn't come through for some reason. So there you go. There's your new warning. Andy warning coming through. We need a working radar site, please. Cutting off the power to all of these here. So, yep, if anybody is just joining, our previous tornado here that went through the Hodgkins and Burr Ridge area likely traveled along this path through Forest View and up even as close to Stickney here, right in this path here. Just outside of, or just in the shopping district north of Hodgkins. That's where I'm concerned with the largest damage here. and near Burr Ridge. So if you're trying to get information about that, I think the tornado ended before Cicero. We'll see final, ratings and so forth, and travel or path it takes. Rather, will be up to the National Weather Service. But that's my best guess based on the radar data that I saw. Man, we really need a working radar site here. I think we're losing power to these radar sites, and that's why they're not working anymore. So I'm going to take one up here to the Milwaukee radar, just so we can look at this. But we're really not going to be able to see. We're really not going to be able to see too much, which is the unfortunate part of this. We're so far away now from any radar site working, except for the Midway airport, that I can't see updates very well. So I think a new warning will probably be issued downline here for southeastern Lake County in Illinois. On my best guess, from what I can see from our working radars. So Highwood, Deerfield in Illinois here, this area, Bannockburn, Riverwoods. Please be ready for a tornado warning to come through and to be go ahead and take shelter in the interior-most room of your house as it approaches your area. Currently, no confirmed tornado ongoing with that storm, but it has a history of producing one almost certainly, and it has a tornado warning just off to your west. So please be ready to take shelter in these areas. Go ahead and do it. Take a pillow and your shoes with you to the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you have it. All right. Going back to the Midway radar here. In addition to that, if you're in Bensonville, if you're in this area and past I-294 as well, to the east of it, Melrose Park, Elmwood Park, Franklin Park, and Norridge Schiller Park here, these areas definitely should be thinking about taking shelter now, as the storms are off to your west. They have a history of producing tornadoes, even if they aren't doing so right now. That would be your primary concern, so go ahead and follow the same instructions and be taking shelter here in these areas if you're living here or you know somebody who is living there. It's an easy checklist. Pillow for your neck, shoes for your feet, just in case you have to walk on anything. Everyone's accounted for, and take me with you. Okay? That's easy, man. You can do that right now. You have time as these move to the east at about 30 miles an hour. I have reason to believe that these storms over here near Bensonville, Lombard here, and east of Wheaton and north of where our previous tornado went through near LaGrange, these storms could do the same thing as they approach the metro area here and downtown area. Because we already saw a strong tornado happen right here. So that tells me the environment is primed right in this area. And if this is a supercell that moves into the area, well, there's very little reason why this, couldn't just do the same thing. And we should treat the situation as such. It should serve as an extra stimulus for you to take action and get into shelter. Yeah, I've got it. This is Midway radar right here. Don't worry, guys. I'm up to speed. I appreciate you looking out for me, though. Okay, is there anywhere I should be looking that I'm not? Trees hitting homes and cars overturned from our previous tornado. All right, so if anyone's in O'Hare, let me know. Let me know what's going on in the airport. Would like to hear from anybody there in case we've got that shelter in place. Or not shelter in place, but shelter in the shelters in the airport going on. I would like to hear about that. If anyone could confirm that, taking shelter safely in O'Hare in the bathrooms. So looking at all of these up here, I think that these could all produce tornadoes still, and this is an active situation. All right. The rest of our storms have moved off over Lake Michigan at the moment. These ones down here, I'm not super concerned with in the south side of the metro, exiting Will County. Not too concerned with those down there. My main concern is this line of supercells right up here, outside of the west part of the metro here, or in the west part of the metro. So I'm waiting to see what these do here. Yep, no more warning in Pennsylvania. Definitely, just as we expected that to go. Just as we expected that to go. So this is good. Yeah, we see a rainbow there on Midway's cam. one rainbow, hopefully to, lighten the mood and let you know that, hey, we have the exact locations down here. We know exactly where things are ongoing, where they're occurring, where they're going to go, and the areas they could move in. So the science is there, guys. We have it. You can know for sure whether it's going to be very close to you or not. So you're looking at it. You just have to be able to pick your location out on the map. That's the most important part of being interactive with a stream like this. That is the number one service we can provide to you. So let the rainbow lighten the mood just a little bit as we continue to cover this. Of course, if it is a stressful situation for anybody, please be taking care of yourselves as well as this continues and our threat continues here for tornadoes. All right, so current concerning storms are moving east here near Elmhurst, off towards Oak Park. Just outside of Cicero is where a previous tornado went down here, so these are vulnerable areas here as the storms approach from the west. So hopefully, we avoid any more tornadoes from touching down, but I'm concerned about this area near Lombard and moving east, and this area up north of Bensonville moving basically over O'Hare at the moment. Area of rotation possible. That is moving over O'Hare at the moment. Right over the airport, so it's good if they are taking shelter in the airport. Mods, did you see anyone who talked about O'Hare? Let me know if you did. I asked that in particular, so if you guys were paying attention, let me know what they said. Let me know what they said. We are down to one warning. We are down to we are up to 2 warnings. Now we are up to 2 warnings. Is that going to come through, or do I... Yeah, okay, my thing is frozen here. All right, so I don't think I'm going to get that in. All right, it's going to flash. It's going to look really funky here. Or maybe the whole thing is down. Oh, I might just not have an active source anymore. Yeah, so whatever happened, we might have just lost our complete overlay. So whatever happened to Ryan probably kicked the overlay offline too. I think that's what's going on. So I'm gonna once I see this polygon come through, I'll issue my own alert again. We'll get the Andy alerts through and through here. Okay, so there is going to be a new warning for Cook County. There it is right there, including the areas we talked about for Elmwood Park, Oak Park, up to Niles and Evanston. So there you go. Boop-a-da-boop, boop-a-da-boop. A new tornado warning has been issued in Cook County, Illinois. This is for the northern side of the county. The southernmost extent of this is Cicero. The northernmost extent of this is Gulf and Kenilworth, right outside the warning. So you have a couple of rotating thunderstorms, aka supercells, headed in your direction. One is up here near Mount Prospect, just off to the south. One is down here near Westchester, and one may be dying off here in the center near Bensonville. These are tornadic and moving in this path through the northern side of the county in this pink polygon here. So you can see that right in there. That's where our storms are moving through at about 30 miles an hour to the east. So yeah, the overlay is frozen. Whatever happened to Ryan's stream also happened to the overlay. So I've got what I can here, what I can to work with. There are 2 warnings right now, not 4. Doing what I can. Okay. All right, so let me check. Let me check if we have any working radar sites here that I can look at. Did we get these radar sites restored, or are they still back behind? Nope, this is still... Nope, this is working now. Okay, good. All right, so we have our Doppler back. Very nice. That was struggling to update for me for a second, but now we've got this radar data back, which is very good. Let's take a look at anything that's ongoing up here, just in case. I don't see any debris signatures at all up here. So no indication of ongoing tornadoes as these storms move into this warned area of northern Cook County. North to central Cook County right now. This is another warning. If you're in Chicago downtown, you're getting another alert. If you're in Cicero, Oak Park, up through where that previous alert came through, this is a different warning. This is a different warning. It's coming through. It's not a duplicate. The sirens are not sounding again by fault. This is another round of tornadic storms that are approaching your location. They have passed over O'Hare Airport and are moving east at about 30 miles an hour, currently situated over Westchester, the I-290, 294, and 88 junction, and also up to the north near the I-90 and 294 junction, right where O'Hare is. So the most concerning storm, I think, is just off to the north of O'Hare, right over Rosemont here. Again, this is traveling to the east, basically due east. You can watch it there. This might be an ongoing tornado. We're seeing a little bit of tight rotation there, and that warning was just upgraded. So this is now a confirmed warning. Gotta do it again. Boobity boop, boobity boop. New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded. And that's for more than likely this storm up here near Des Plaines here and Rosemont. So let's take a close look at what is being confirmed here in particular. But now this warning for central to northern Cook County is a confirmed tornado warning for one of these storms that's in the vicinity here, so we can check the source of that. Broadcast media confirmed tornado near O'Hare Airport. So it is indeed, this storm right here has an active tornado ongoing with it at the moment, even though we can't see it on our correlation coefficient. We can't see the debris from it. So that tornado is going to pass right through Park Ridge, right over I-294, northeast of Rosemont, just outside. So let's go ahead and call out areas over there. Right near Park Ridge. So this is going to be just north of the Rivers Casino in Des Plaines. It's going to go right down Toohey Avenue, right through the center of Park Ridge here. If this continues, we'll see that tornado parallel to Toohey Avenue as it crosses over the Des Plaines River in this area and crosses over I-294 right next to that. So if this continues, I hope this is a weaker tornado that doesn't last as long, but it's gonna take a path right through the avenue there. Off to the east of that is also the north branch of the Chicago River here, still along Toohey Avenue. Toohey, thank you. Toohey Avenue. So it's gonna go right down Toohey Avenue. Thank you guys. You're helping me out a lot here. Toohey Avenue. Hey, it's an avenue. Like it's one street here. I can't know how to pronounce everything, so you guys are important for that. Thank you. Des Plaines. I have to pronounce the S's too. Oh, all these rules. I'll never get it. After Park Ridge, where the tornado could be located right now, if it's still on the ground, would be Niles. The Niles area, especially just south of the center of Niles here, where it is on the map. That's still along Toohey Avenue, West Toohey Avenue through Niles. And off to the north of, let's see, Bunker Hill here. The St. Adalbert Cemetery and Mausoleums. That huge cemetery there. So it's still right along Toohey Avenue there as it gets closer to Niles. So that'd be the Leaning Tower of Niles. Any of these spots along Toohey Avenue is the primary concern. So if you're anywhere from like 10 blocks north and south of Toohey Avenue, please be taking shelter with this particular warning. We had a confirmed tornado outside of the O'Hare Airport, which is right in this region. So that would be this part of the storm right here that was cited for having a tornado. So that would be passing just off to the due east. Down the line, that's Lincolnwood. Please be taking shelter in this warning. And for the whole warning, these storms down here have the potential to do the same thing down here near Melrose and Elmwood Park, also moving off to the due east. So please be taking shelter in the entirety of this warning. It is a new warning for anybody joining who was previously in the downtown Chicago warning that happened 30, 45 minutes ago. This is another warning that is in place. It is not a duplicate for these areas. It is a separate warning, separate storms, another round of possible tornadoes moving through this area. Okay. So out ahead of this, make sure you let them know that it is separate, it is different, and those are the areas of concern. If you're south of Westchester, you look okay right now. Everywhere else looks okay. Just looks like some heavy showers popping up. We're waiting to see if any of these back here would, separate themselves from the pack and mature and be able to produce a tornado as a result. But right now, our only tornadic storms are this cell up here, and more than likely this cell right here as well. The rest of them are struggling to do anything. So these are the areas of concern of my primary concern right here as these storms move off to the east. So that would be Evanston, Lincolnwood. And that would be the Elmwood Park and Oak Park into the north side of downtown. Those would be where I would be taking shelter. If you absolutely are refusing to do so right now, then let me tell you, hey, take shelter. One more time. Those would be my primary areas of concern. Okay. And guess what? There's still a tornado threat in place once these are done crossing Lake Michigan. That tornado threat in place is probably going to be confined to this corridor south of Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, and north of DeMott here in Plymouth in Indiana, north of Fort Wayne, I think. It's still going to be in this corridor. We're not going to be done yet. And you can kind of see that right here. You see this? That's pretty strong rotation. And this is just over Lake Michigan here. In fact, that's even further north than where I was concerned with. So this is going to approach the shoreline near South Haven. So there's still that tornado threat as these storms move over the lake here. The other side has to be paying attention too because you guys are still in an outlook that includes the possibility of tornadoes today from the Storm Prediction Center. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and double check that they don't have another watch in place already, or if they do already have another watch in place. So they have a discussion for this area out ahead of where I just circled there. So we have they are watching this area right here. They've issued a discussion for it, and their likelihood of a tornado watch or the continuance of one is possible. May be needed in the next couple hours. So we'll see if another tornado watch comes through out ahead of this. Please be paying attention in those areas if so. Okay. Another look at our one ongoing confirmed tornado warning. Still these two storms, again, moving in this vicinity that I'm most concerned with, in between Elmwood Park and Norwich, and the storm that is passing south of Niles now, just south of Niles, the center of it, along Toohey Avenue, and should go towards Lincolnwood and probably stay to the south of Evanston with its primary impacts if it does produce another tornado here. So these are the corridors of concern right through here, just the north of downtown, and right near Evanston and Lincolnwood. Please be taking shelter in those areas. In this pink polygon, you are in a confirmed tornado warning right now. The rest of the showers back to the south and west, of course, for anyone in Naperville to the east. Previously impacted areas, these are non-tornadic at the moment. All of this area is a bunch of downpours at the moment. Not seeing anything super concerning that is telling me that there's a severe threat here, but rather just some heavy rain and possibly lightning. What's the lightning like? Anybody who is in the Chicago metro, have you heard a lot of thunder, or has it been on the quiet side? I would like to know what you guys are hearing here, because this is a mini supercell event. Mini supercells are in place. You can see kind of how small they are if you know the size of the metro. Mini supercells don't often produce that much lightning, and their primary threat can be tornadoes like this, sometimes strong. Not a lot of lightning and thunder 7 miles south of downtown. No thunder. Yep, that's exactly what I would expect with a mini supercell event like this. Just the sirens. Yeah, the sirens are not quiet. No lightning. Yeah, not much lightning in Orland Park. Very quiet. No thunder. Yeah, it is impressive, isn't it? That strong tornadoes can happen when you're not hearing lightning and thunder all the time. You think that there's going to be strong tornadoes because it's booming nonstop. The sky is lightning and flashing all the time, and there's super strong winds and hail everywhere. But that's not the case. These mini supercells can do none of those things and still produce strong tornadoes. It's definitely interesting for anybody who lives in these areas who knows the history. The Rochelle tornado from April 2015, that was a mini supercell, much like these that you're seeing right now. The same kind of event where there's not hardly any lightning and thunder. There's no hail with it, basically, maybe a little bit, but it's just this small, compact storm with heavily localized impacts. So still watching this again. Primary area of concern, Oak Park at the moment, just in case something wraps up there, and Lincolnwood. I think we still don't have this ORD radar site. I'm pretty sure that was impacted by the tornado. We watched the tornado literally pass within 100 feet of that radar site. We sampled the vortex of that tornado before, so I believe right now we are nearing the end of the Chicago metro tornado threat as these storms get very close to Lake Michigan. We are getting close to the end of this. We're going to have a little bit of concern with these storms that have popped up to the south and west, seeing how they progress. But next up in line for a concerning look is the continuation of our tornado threat out ahead of these storms that exist right now in this area. So there will probably be a tornado watch issued downstream for this area in particular. That's the southwest part of the mitten here, and the very northern edge of Indiana, north of Fort Wayne, I think. And I'm probably including the Kalamazoo, Battle Creek area, staying south of Grand Rapids and Lansing in Michigan. So that's the next area I am watching. These storms over Lake Michigan, you can see the lake here. They're not really quieting down. In fact, we probably have a pretty wild, powerful water spout ongoing here over Lake Michigan right now in this area. So there's likely there could be a powerful water spout right here. Yeah, happy to help. Anybody who's sent along, I saw a couple of larger donations. I'm going to prioritize, of course, getting as much information out as possible, but your contributions don't go unseen. So thank you. Thank you. You're helping me do what I can do here. This is all me. All me and the team. All me and the team. And that you guys are how we're able to, not only do what we do because of stuff like that, where you're looking out for us and thinking, about things we're not even talking about. I'm not even talking about money at all. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the risks here. You're helping out by thinking, out of the box there, but also you're helping out by being here and letting people know that this is important coverage. Because, of course, yet again, I am live on this channel for a conditional risk, and we had a probably strong tornado or two in the Chicago metro. And I wish I could stream a conditional risk like this and nothing happens. That would be great. But of course, I have to stick to it if it does. Yeah, the Andy warning is necessary. This is not I can't fix this because our system is offline with whatever happened to Ryan. I can't fix this, but right now we have one tornado warning, not four. So I don't really know how to fix that. Unfortunately, I could just put a square over it. It says this is actually one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's put some text on it. This is incorrect. Wow, we got planes flying into the Midway airport already. Business never stops. All right. There we go. This is the correct warning count. I'm going to do it. This is what's required, man. 1. That works, right? Looks a little sus there, but we got it. We got it. Warning count 1. I'll update it manually. I will update it manually to make sure the information is accurate, and I will do what I can here. 1. Yeah, manual mode is what's needed, then I will do it. I will do it. If you're just joining, make sure you're keeping up with the date and time. The bottom right corner of the stream, that's in Central Daylight Time right now, as I am located in that time zone. Yeah, I'll put a post-it note on it. All right, still watching these active areas of concern. I think that this storm near Oak Park is not, is rotating quite a bit less here. What you're seeing here is actually outside of the actual part of the storm, so I don't think that's the legitimate rotation, but rather we're looking in this pocket right here for the rotating part of the storm, and it's definitely not tight, definitely not conducive to a tornado ongoing right now. So I think the threats remain minimal here, but please continue taking shelter out in front of this. This is the storm that's going to pass right over the north part of downtown, just off to the north, and along that skinny arrow I drew. So downtown's right here in the blue circle. And this should pass just off to the north, due east at about 30 miles an hour. Rotation is right over to the east of Skokie here and south of Evanston, on the southern part of this. But again, this is also weak rotation. I would not be surprised if there was a funnel observed with this. So if you saw a funnel here in Evanston, wouldn't be surprised with that. We could see a little thin, ropey noodle, coming out of the storm here. I wouldn't be surprised. But with an active tornado, I don't think so. Based on what we can see here, I would be pretty surprised at that. So again, hopefully the impacts are remaining minimal as this continues off to the east. I have not seen evidence that, a tornado is doing quite a bit of damage here. All right, so our focus is going to shift over to the other side of Lake Michigan because again, I still think there's a strong water spout ongoing right here. Again, that's moving due east too. Pretty much due east across Lake Michigan. There's strong water spout. Lots of moisture is going into the storm here because it's over a warming body of water. By this time of year, it's probably already pretty warm, so it's adequate for fueling these storms as they get closer to the Michigan shore. So I wouldn't be surprised, if maybe 10 minutes before this approaches the shore that we get a warning out ahead of it. That would be perfectly reasonable in my eyes, in my opinion. So I'm watching that pretty closely because this does look like a strong rotating storm, and several of them even. So the tornado threat is going to continue. We were expecting this into southwest Michigan here. So still possible. This still could have a tornado ongoing. This looks a little bit more conducive to a very localized area that could have a tornado ongoing. If something is occurring right here, I wouldn't be surprised. But again, I'm really hoping the impacts remain minimal here. We can look at it to confirm, and I don't see anything in particular. It is not co-located. Our correlation coefficient is not co-located with an area that would be conclusive for diagnosing a tornado. So not yet. But what I'm starting to see is down here. What I'm starting to see is this storm down here. I was watching for something to take place right here, and now we can see a proper supercell right where the previous tornado lifted about an hour and a change ago. So right here near Stickney and Cicero again, here's our supercell shape. You can see it very, very, very clearly in there. Very clear supercell shape right here taking form. Got a little bit of this rain shower behind that's pushing it forward, so we may see this hook out in front like this. If that does happen, I would be concerned about a tornado threat immediately downstream of this on the south side. So don't let your guard down yet. This would be very close to Bronzeville, McKinley Park on the south side of downtown here. Yeah, that would be where I would be looking at. Back of the yards. I don't know if you guys call these areas like this, but this is what shows up on Google Maps. Brighton Park, Gage Park, and Inglewood here. A little bit to the north of South Side. We'll see how much of a southern track it would take, but this is definitely a new area of concern that in a couple more minutes with supportive data from our radar site here could be warranted or it could be worth a tornado warning. So we're going to watch this one as it comes together here. So that's for anyone on the south side of the metro, south of I-55 is where this would be traveling to. Shoes and a pillow. Thank you, Toko. That is my next area of concern. I think that we could see something bad going on there, and I think we could still see something trying up here on the north side of downtown. Again, these are weaker signatures than I've seen, still worth taking shelter for. That's what you call it? Good to hear. Good to hear. Not all places do that. Not all places do that, so that's why I ask. Always happy to receive the feedback and let me know. Yeah, Cicero definitely getting the rains. Hopefully you've been taking shelter there in that suburb. Thanks for reporting in. Thanks for reporting in. Yeah, there was probably that tornado probably didn't last that long here, but it definitely did some really heavy localized damage right in this region from Burr Ridge up through Hodgkins. Right, still watching here. Still watching, hoping that this isn't doing anything as it passes off. Still see that supercellular shape. That's basically going right up I-55, actually. So you can see it's being pushed forward pretty nicely there, and we still see that supercellular shape right here. That's going right to the south of downtown on a due east track. Rotation hasn't tightened up at all, though, so I'm not seeing a pertinent tornado threat. Still watching. Still watching and waiting, but right now it looks okay. Looks okay. Very good. Okay. So again, tornado threat is almost over for all of the Chicago Metro. If you are north and west of downtown, if you're north of Oak Park, anywhere back behind these storms, essentially, so back in this blue bubble here, you're all right. You should be good to go. I don't think we're gonna see any more storms pop up on the back end of this. Okay. I don't think we're going to see any more pop up on the back end of this. These are all being sparked by our low pressure that was induced by previous storms. So they're spinning up right on the periphery of the low pressure here, and they're not going to be able to do that on the back side of it. Not with a severe threat, at least. Definitely not. So really, our tornado threat is focused on the front right quadrant or the bottom right quadrant of our low pressure that's spinning up around here somewhere, and that is why we see. That's why we see these storms being able to rotate right near that, rotating mass of air, essentially. All right, overlay still broken. So any new warnings that come through, I will be sure to voice them out for you. Still seeing water spout. It looks a little bit more. It looks disconnected now. So I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't one ongoing, but definitely a few minutes ago we could have seen that water spout, especially when it looked like this. When you see those greens and the red side or the tans essentially right next to each other like this, that's our very strong rotation that's in the midst of its like it's not broad rotation like this. It's right here. And that told me that there's likely a water spout there a few minutes ago. But right now I don't think there would be one ongoing that I could tell. So almost through here. Almost through for Chicago Metro. You guys have been awesome, stunning so far for showing up. If you're in the Chicago Metro, you've been a star for being weather aware and being a part of this stream. I greatly appreciate you for at least having the curiosity to look out for yourself or for people you care about, or because you're interested in the weather. So we've been covering this very, very in depth for a little while now. Very in depth for a little while now. We still have the other area of an enhanced risk, or 3 out of 5, from the Storm Prediction Center off to the south and west of this area. So that would be in Missouri. So we can go ahead and take a look at Missouri here. I might break something if I do that, though. And see how our storms over here are doing. So we're starting to see these are the storms we're expecting to have the damaging wind threat primarily overnight from the Kansas City Metro down south to Springfield. Tornado threat over here, because I know we're talking about tornadoes, is low. It is low. We're focused on damaging winds in and around this area through central Missouri from these ones back here in eastern Kansas. So those are moving through. Northern periphery, likely Kansas City. If you guys do get anything, might be on the edge of any storms that occur. And southern periphery goes down to Joplin and Springfield. But again, it's nothing that you guys haven't seen several times this year. Just hope that the strongest impacts of any storm, any windstorm, stay out of your out of your neighborhood, really, so you don't lose any trees or anything. So we have a similar situation to what that might look like over here on central to east central Missouri. You can see there's only a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings back here where some hail is falling and some damaging winds are present. But over here we have much lower of a severe threshold, essentially, or a likelihood. So these are just some sporadic heavy showers that are getting ready to move through the St. Louis metro. And you can see that they're sporadic and heavy showers because we have what's called a downburst right here. Your Sunset Hills in Missouri and Crestwood here on the southwest side of St. Louis metro. We have winds moving this direction toward the radar and this direction away from the radar. So right in the center is where all that heavy rain is hitting the surface and spreading out. All the winds are spreading out away from it. So this is a downburst, something that has very low visibility. So drivers right here on Interstate 44 are not going to have any visibility for a couple minutes here as this downburst hits them with some pretty strong winds in a very localized area. So I personally would issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this as it's in progress if I had the desk, because I could definitely see some severe criteria gusts coming out of this for a very localized area. But oftentimes those downbursts don't last very long, and putting a severe thunderstorm risk or threat or warning rather over over a large population in a metro area sometimes doesn't communicate the right thing. So very localized impacts. We hope nobody is impacted by any falling limbs of trees there. And that's about the worst I see in Missouri, for anybody curious. Down there, I'm not seeing really any rotation here. Let's go back to Chicago. From the Midway Airport, can we see anything in particular with any of these remaining showers as the concerning ones pass over Lake Michigan? And from the Midway Airport, we can see that this shower up here definitely has some rotation going on, like we've seen already today a couple times. But this is offshore of Chicago now, so off to the north and east. I would say it's not impossible for downtown Chicago or anyone on the beaches here to actually see a water spout on the back end of the storm. And I want you to be safe if you try to observe something like that and you happen to be along the beaches here. I want you to not leave shelter. But if you know what you're doing and you're smart, you know how to read radar and you know exactly where you're at on the map, then, I mean, I personally would be out trying to see this. But please take shelter if you don't know those things. Just stay in shelter until the warning is allowed to expire. It's not impossible that you could actually see a water spout over here, which would be quite something if you were able to look at that. Heading away over the lake. It is moving off to the east. It would be impressive. So that's the latest look from the Midway Airport. This one that's going through the south side and Inglewood here. These areas has not materialized into a tornadic storm, so we see no warning for parts of the south side here. I don't think we will see a warning for that anytime soon either. So this looks okay as this storm passes off to the lake. And I'm looking for anything else that is concerning right now, and I don't see it. I don't see any other tornado concerns right now, especially for the south and the southwest Chicago metro here. That can evolve, but right now it looks okay. Looks like we've hopefully made it through the worst of that. I hope nobody was injured by the tornadoes that did occur. So we had several, some of which were weak and some of which definitely were on the stronger side, I would say. So I hope nobody was injured. But I mean, went through some extremely populated areas, or very close to them at least. We saw massive debris fall out, so it definitely hit a lot, especially around the Hodgkins area. That's where I'm really concerned right now. Really concerned about the impacts that occurred in this vicinity. If you are sensitive to damage images, I know they will surface from that area. So please don't go seeking them out if you don't want to see them. It's a good idea to just stay away from any any media feed that would show you something like that, just in case. Just in case. Okay. All right, let's take another look at our Lake Michigan storms here. All of these are concerning. This one here that is off to the north of Michigan City in Indiana, that one's concerning. It's getting all of these are getting closer to the shoreline, so we're gonna have our eyes peeled on all of these just to see, where the impacts are going to be felt. But like you have 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so anywhere from South Haven to Michigan City along the beaches here of Indiana and Michigan to prepare for these storms as they get closer. Because I definitely think that several waterspouts have been ongoing over Lake Michigan. Like this one right here could definitely be putting down another waterspout right here. This is our southernmost one that would approach Bridgman and Stevensville. So I think with diligence here from the National Weather Service offices, we may start to see warnings, with 5-10 minute lead time as these storms approach land once again. So we'll see what becomes of that. So again, this tornado threat's going to continue off to the east. I'm going to go ahead and show you why. I have a resource to show you why, I think. I'm going to attempt to show you a couple reasons why. Yes, here's one. Once I transition over here, I'm going to show you the reasons why the tornado threat continues off to the east through the southwest Michigan area and very northern Indiana, north of Fort Wayne, around the South Bend area. So this is a hodograph. You guys have seen this often if you've watched any of the videos on this channel or from Ryan's channel, which I work on, or you've watched the streams. We have our hodograph here from Grand Rapids. So it's a little bit north of the tornado threat where the air is more stable. However, you can still see the air is spinning in this direction here. We have that, what Ryan likes to call a curved noodle here. Our storms are moving like this. So this is our storm movement vector. It means it's moving 35 miles an hour to the east, maybe a little bit to the north. And all of this air is being ingested into it, everything under the curve here, which means that this has the tendency to spin like nobody's beeswax. Okay? So all of these storms are moving into an environment that looks like this. This is our winds as we go up above our heads, and they are supportive for rotating thunderstorms and definitely tornadoes with this much in the first kilometer, the first couple thousand feet, 3,000 feet. So this is why we have the tornado threat continuing into the South Bend, Indiana area out ahead of these storms. This is why they look like they're producing waterspouts over Lake Michigan, because they are ingesting all of that spinning air near the surface and also above the ground. So that's the hodograph right there. What happens to a waterspout when it hits land? The change in medium causes a big change in friction, which may destroy it, or it may keep it going. There is no conclusive thing I could say there. Do I think it'll reach southeast Michigan? I think the air will be much more stable in southeast Michigan. So by the time it gets over to you, it should be much less likely for a storm to be able to produce a tornado, especially as we get into the night hours and the surface starts to stabilize even more. I'm not sure who is controlling we have the Stream Time Live is the channel who is controlling the radar over there. So we are down to 0 tornado warnings now. We have no tornado warnings left, but I can't take down the thing, so I'm just going to put 0 here. 0 tornado warnings left. This is actually a 0. There. Perfect. Just ignore the little appendage on the side of it. Whatever took down Ryan's stream also took down our overlay that we used, so nothing is updating on my end, and I can't fix it without destroying my entire stream. So I will go manual mode here, and we will continue coverage as such. That is what we're doing here. So again, if you're in South Haven, all the way down to New Buffalo in Michigan, looks like all the storms that are concerning are not in the Indiana side of the state line here. for the moment, for the time being, along I-195 here is where I'm watching, 94 to 195. So these are the concerning storms right now that may produce some brief tornadoes as they get onto land here in southwest Michigan. Down the line, we're thinking about Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, and down to the Niles, Michigan area as well. Basically, I'm going to draw the box for you here. I'm going to draw it in yellow or pink, whichever one shows up. No, I'm going to do it in pink. Pink. The area of concern in the near future here for tornadoes is in this pink box, right where these storms are passing through to the east and are currently spinning. So lots of spinning storms right here. This line will generally pass along I-94 to the east here. And this would be the area I'm watching. So you can see yourself in here, southwest of Lansing, south of Grand Rapids, and just around South Bend into the north in Indiana. This is where we're going to watch in the near term here, and maybe see another tornado watch. That is possible. So this is over the next hour or so, hour and a half maybe, as these come on shore again. Still watching these ones back here, but again, they're really not doing too much. And the reason for that is there's a little subtle clue we can look at here for anybody who is attentive to radar. See how these showers are organized in a line that's mostly in this direction along that pink arrow, whereas up here you start going more like this along this this line that's curved like that instead of that. Well, the orientation of storms really does matter for tornadoes here. So if the air is feeding into a line of storms that's more tilted like this, it can definitely, from the south that is, the air is feeding in just like this, it can easily just wrap up and spin here. But when you have a line of storms that looks more like this, the air is approaching from the south and it kind of just hits it head on. So that could still spin up some tornadoes there, but generally, we're seeing a lower likelihood of air spinning up into this because it kind of just slams into the line of storms in a border, which is more difficult to make it rotate unless there is existing rotation already for it to funnel into. So generally, we're not seeing that, which is good. Which is good. I would like to chill a little more, but I definitely think we have still several water spouts ongoing. This one right here. Better color for that. This one right here is more than likely a water spout. Probably about 10-15 minutes away from landfall here near St. Joseph in Michigan. And we can see all these rotating parts of the storm throughout here. Northernmost extent to about South Haven. Unfortunately, we're going to be in a little bit of a radar hole. Classic. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to see some of these if they are doing anything at the surface. We're going to be a bit far away for just a little while here. We're in between the vicinity of 3 radar sites here in this triangle, where I need one closer to really see what's ongoing, especially right here where some of the strongest rotating storms are. 75 to 100 people needing transport to safety. Where is that, Brandy? Where exactly is that on the Oak Park feed still? Let me know where that is. We'll communicate a little bit of the news here too. I've been trying to, I've outlined the path of the stronger tornado. I think that occurred here a couple of times to relay some information for anybody who may know somebody in those areas, just to let them know. Hopefully you're doing well, Amy, too, and all the mods. Good to see you all. I appreciate you. Definitely want to have less PDS warnings and more weather chit chat with occasional coverage. Would prefer that. Getting dark in KZoo. Thank you for the report there. I appreciate that. Still got another. We had several more rainbows in the Midway airport. The Kane multi-county feed. Okay. So yeah, we did have a likely tornado there in Kane County for parts of Elgin. So that might be that might be the area that there would be people needing transport to safety where that tornado occurred. If I had to guess, that was another stronger looking tornado, one of the cone tornadoes that I think Ryan retweeted. St. Louis is all right. We looked at the downburst there, but nothing else is really ongoing. It's a very localized area of travel impacts with strong winds and very heavy rain, reducing visibility on I-44 in the Southwest Metro. But I don't think there are any severe warnings in St. Louis. I did say I would issue one for that downburst. I would issue one for this downburst here. Actually, surprised that there isn't one. It's still ongoing. So that's why you're seeing this nasty storm now over I-55. It was over I-44, now I-55. You know, honestly, I'm going to take the W. There definitely should have been a severe thunderstorm warning for this a little bit ago. Seeing that downburst and now it's still spreading out. Yeah, I'd be pretty good at this. Not bad, man. These are some strong winds. Still a downburst, so very heavy rain and strong winds here near Oakville. Not bad, man. So yeah, this is still a strong storm. This should be a severe warning for winds. I would say that is that would be a good warning. Would have been a good warning about 17 minutes ago. Happy with that. Definitely could get some confirmation on that warning too with that kind of nasty storm going on. Thanks for the reports there from St. Louis. Verifying my my own severe thunderstorm warning, my Andy warning. Bippity bop, yeah. We'll do that for severe and a classic boop to boop for tornadoes. There you go. You can DM me those on Twitter, Debbie. Ahmad can post a link to my Twitter there. Definitely do that. I will catch up to them after the stream for sure. I always keep up with every DM that I'm sent. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of these rotating thunderstorms here. It does include a tornado possible tag, which is what I would expect, basically from the South Haven vicinity in Allegan County and to the south here. So I don't think did we get a, again, since my feed is frozen here, I don't know if we have a new watch. We do not have a new tornado watch yet for these areas downstream, waiting to see if that's the case. Waiting to see if that's the case. If we'll get a new watch for, especially this region here in Southwest Michigan, and from South Bend, Indiana, north, basically. I think this is pretty much where we're going to see the impacts, but we still see several more showers popping up here, so still the northernmost bit of Indiana here should be paying attention from this line into the north. Is Muskegon okay? Yeah, you guys are fine up there. You guys are good. I'm concerned with basically Glen and South Haven and to the south. So well south of Holland, well south of Grand Rapids. Your warnings right now. Yes. Have to go manual mode for that, unfortunately. We're working with our data frozen in time. Our overlay frozen in time. So I'm updating it manually for you. Yeah, I reply to most all of the DMs unless they're silly. I do pay attention. But if you're wanting the Elgin tornado, if you're sharing that for the stream, do let me know. I have 118 notifications, so there ain't no way I'm gonna be able to see it. Ain't no way I'm gonna be able to see it. But if somehow I can pick that out and you do want it shared on the stream there, let me know. I know to look out for Debbie if you have the same name on Twitter. Good grief. But yeah, like anyone sharing a picture, I would want to make sure is their own. So you have to let me know that in particular. Muskegon, thank you. Muskegon. I've heard that one before. It's my B. All right. I would say like we've quieted down a little bit, but really we haven't. There's still a lot of these mini cellular structures that are going to come on shore in Southwest Michigan here, and we have yet to see whether that will continue our string of warnings here. But right now they are over Lake Michigan with the special marine warning in place for waterspouts, which is definitely true. I think you'll probably be okay in South Haven. I'm looking really to the south of you guys. You're on like that northernmost extension of where I'm concerned, but we're watching closely. In fact, just to make sure, I'm gonna have 2 radar sites looking at this, so we can look from both areas here. So take this one over here to Grand Rapids. Have a look at it. Have a look. See the pretty colors on the from the northern side of our storms here and what they look like. We're getting ready for some heavy rain. I know that one, Stevie. I just forgot it now. I'm not gonna try it. I know that one. I've heard it before because it's a funny one for sure. Yeah, thank you guys for liking the stream. If you have, free, easy, one click to let YouTube know this is good coverage, as a lot of people have hopefully received information, especially earlier at the peak of the event. Thank you, Ross. And everybody who I missed a super chat from, just know like you are appreciated. And the mods see it, they can forward those messages to me. We have a whole feed for making sure that you are you count. Everybody counts. Southeast Michigan for the Detroit area, I'm not super concerned with. The primary severe impacts in the form of tornadoes should be ending off to your west, because we'll be in the early night hours before these reach you, and thus the air will be stable. We're not really going to see tornadoes over there. It's going to fall apart just a bit. Might still get some gusty winds, maybe some heavy rain, but if there were a tornado over there, I would be so surprised. It should not happen over there. In fact, this almost didn't happen at all today, so just goes to show you like the conditional threat that was just barely realized. We've had a couple of streams like that here, and I'm happy to have been here for them too. Happy to help outdoors. Good to see you all. Yeah, happy to help. Jason, thanks for the kind words. Yeah, it looks like it's all clear for almost everybody in Chicago. Feeling pretty good about that. We've made it through, and there should not be another round after this. Yes. What's with my warn count thing? When Ryan's stream crashed, so did the overlay updating, and I can't fix it from over here. So I am doing manual mode for my warnings. I have to put it over the 4 because that's false information. So there are 0 tornado warnings. Manual mode. Manual mode. Oh yeah, if you guys are DMing me questions on Twitter, I can answer those too. Lucas asked a good one. Can cities, metropolitan areas change composition of storms or weaken them? Because he notices a lot in Fort Wayne, Indiana, will split up or totally weaken. It's definitely not true. I remember a lot of Fort Wayne storms. I remember the one that had the 98-mile-an-hour wind gust last year sometime. So metro areas are not necessarily going to... they don't change the composition of them, is what I would say. They could weaken them. They could also intensify them. There's no conducive way for me to tell you right on the spot whether that'll happen or not. It depends on how much higher of a temperature is in your urban heat island in the city itself and around it, and whether or not there's also more moisture in place. So local impacts could be felt. It could change the height of the clouds and make it more difficult for a tornado to form, or less difficult. That was a good question. It's a good question from Lucas. I'll accept that to let you know that I answered it on stream. But mountains do? Not necessarily. Mountains can. Generally, the way to think about it is a tornado can happen in the mountains just fine. Like it can happen just fine. It could go up and down the slopes. It can do that. Why it doesn't happen as often is because the mountain itself prevents the ingredients from being in place for a tornado a lot of the time. So oftentimes you don't get a tornado in the mountains because it's harder for the ingredients to get in there, like the moisture and the right surface winds, the right direction. But if they are in place, yeah, a tornado could go right up and down a mountain. Sure. Thank you, Liz, for the support. I am watching this area right near St. Joseph. This is going to be our strongest area of rotation. It's ramping up right as it gets to the coast. Okay, St. Joseph, Michigan here, southwest Michigan. The junction of 94 and 195 interstates here. Or 196. Is that 196? I've been saying 195 this whole time. Dang it. Can't read it. It's too small. 196. I think that's the the right interstate there. I swear it looks funny though. No, that's definitely 96. Right? Somebody confirm. Oh goodness. I can't see it. The number's too small. So right at the junction of this interstate. You know where St. Joseph, Michigan is. You can find that. Just the number's too small for me and my bad eyesight here. Thank you, Curry, for sharing these pictures as well in the DMs. I know you didn't take any of these, but and some of them are storm chasers. But yeah, we can definitely see the tornadoes in progress there. Some of the ones from Elgin. I appreciate that. Wow, that is quite the tornado too. That looks really weird. Thank you, Steffi, for the support. 196. Thank you. Yeah, I can't see it. No, it's 196, not I-96 that I'm looking at here. Thank you. The 6 and the 5, guys. It's so similar. Yep, South Haven. So watching this area coming on shore here again. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a tornado warning issue out ahead of this. It would be right in between St. Joseph. Oh man, Watervliet. Watervliet. I'm gonna go with that. That sounds dope. Watervliet. That is a wild town name. I don't think I've seen that one. And Papa Lake. This is where we could see that tornado warning coming through. That would be in northeastern Berrien County, southwestern Van Buren County, south central Van Buren County here. Watervliet. I like that. That's definitely wrong, or maybe it's right, but it sounds pretty cool. Watervliet? Yeah, of course. What Watervliet? Watervillet? Yeah, Watervillet. All right, chat's going. Chat likes this one. Chat likes this one. There's all sorts of different pronunciations. All sorts of different pronunciations. So I'm responding to some more Twitter right now. Thank you guys for sending stuff along. Hopefully I was able to help today for anybody in the Chicago area who's DMing me. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. C. Dawson also sent along examples of the tornadoes, especially the Elgin one that was very visible. I don't know if anyone got visible or visual of the one that was in Hodgkins. That's the one I'm more concerned about. But yeah, the Elgin one definitely very visible, very picturesque tornado too. Yep, definitely thinking we'll see some sort of warning here for Lake Michigan Beach as well. Water volite. All right. So we're going to have probably that tornado watch in place now for southwest Michigan. Again, that's not going to come through. So let's look at that new watch as soon as I can. I will bring it up so you guys can look at it. Doa Jack, thank you. Just in case I have to say that one. Appreciate that. So yeah, if you guys are getting the tornado watch in southwest Michigan, south central Michigan, let me know. Also getting it up into the northwest corner of Ohio. Okay, so they've gone ahead and put it all the way out in front of this. I think we are going to see some warnings starting up once again as these storms exit Lake Michigan and come on shore here. So get ready. Get ready for some more Andy warnings because I don't think this feed is fixed here. I'm going to try fixing it again. But it's probably not going to work. And I don't know what's happened. I don't know what happened to Ryan. I have no idea. Nobody is told me anything. I mean, that guy Ryan's talking. I don't know why nothing's working. Southeast Michigan has a watch now too. All the way over just outside of Detroit, I would assume. But yeah, everything has stopped working. So Ryan blue screens, I lose functionality over here. That's definitely not how it should be, I would say. No tornado warning here, but I would go ahead and say if you're in St. Joseph to cover it here, south of South Haven. South Haven should be okay for now. But this is definitely the most concerning part of the storm for Hartford, Lawrence, Decatur here, and Pawpaw, and all the way down to Dowajack here, and Eau Claire and Sister Lakes. This area could see also maybe even a couple of rotating parts of the storm here. That might be a weird side lobe, though. I would go ahead and say to take shelter. Even though there's no warning yet, just go ahead and take shelter out ahead of this thing. Y'all watch out. Maybe up to covert too here. I would be taking shelter in this area. Would not be surprised if we had a tornado warning just like that in the next few minutes. I'm sorry, I want to respond to a lot more of Twitter, but we're going to get back into active coverage here. Okay, so the internet is still down. I got it. So somebody, they say blue screen and internet down. I don't know if it's both or or what, but I can't make it work over here. All right, so let's see if we can bring up that watch. I'm going to bring up the watch for y'all to see what came through on your phones. It takes a few minutes for it to be visible on the Storm Prediction Center site, and it still isn't, of course. I wish this would be updated immediately, and I don't really know why it isn't. That doesn't make any sense to me. But this tornado watch, as soon as I can pull it up, I will. There we go. All right. There we go. All right, here is the new tornado watch. Zoom in on that just a little bit for you. It does include Detroit, so they're expecting this to go all the way over to Detroit at the end of the night. I think that the severe threat will definitely be waning by the time it gets here, and for anyone in Southwest Ontario as well. I don't. I mean, I could see it. I could still see it being a cause for concern, but like this should be the tail end of the threat right here. Once it's at Detroit, I would say that, or at least I would not be as concerned as it stands. But things are subject to change, as they did very drastically this morning. So yeah, be thinking about taking shelter out ahead of this thing before we get a tornado warning coming through here in the northeastern, and northern corner of Berrien County and into Van Buren County in Michigan. For this part of the storm here. Sorry, I wasn't showing you. So this part of the storm here, once again. Be thinking about taking shelter out ahead of this. Some strong rotation moving on shore. Thanks, Frank, for letting me know. You're communicating, which is cool. That's what we like to see. Wow, that was certainly intense coverage there for a second. And we're definitely gonna see it start to ramp back up here just a little bit. So hopefully this is much less severe and much less life-threatening than what we just saw go through the Chicago metro. Would like that to be the case, please. These storms should start dying off for me, please, and everybody to have peace of mind. They're on the phone with customer support. So they're very not happy, as I would be too. I would not be happy at all if I were Ryan. So fortunately, I'm here to make sure we can continue coverage. Yeah, I don't know if I see the nocturnal tornado threat. I mean, I'm gonna take another look here. We can look at mesoanalysis and diagnose it, but I mean, I really don't know. I don't know if I see that being the case, because when we get into the night, it's very much a stable environment. You're gonna have ongoing storms. I don't know if they're even gonna be able to punch through and form any tornadoes a couple hours ahead of line here. I've seen events like this with a low available potential energy and decent winds, though, decent shear. It's what we like to call those events. So it's not out of the question, but it's definitely not it's definitely not the typical setup, and definitely not a July setup that I would expect to see here. Yep, moderate risk for flash flooding will continue for Jackson, Mississippi, that area for sure. All right, let's take as this approaches the shore, and we wait for any new tornado warnings to come in if they are going to be issued here by the Grand Rapids office in and around the St. Joseph, Michigan area. Let's go ahead and take a look at Missouri to see what's going on there for any updates. So we have a couple of our storms popping up back here in our East Kansas, damaging wind threat area. I think that will continue to be the case. Over the next few hours, we'll see the damaging wind threat materialize, and there will be a lot of storms over there from what was modeled and what it looks like will occur there. So I think we'll see quite a few storms over there, but the tornado threat again over there will be very low. Will be much lower. And as for this line of storms near St. Clair and Sullivan, far west is Rolla along I-44. Again, not super concerned about these. Just a couple of severe wind gusts possible here. Maybe some small hail. But not really seeing anything tornadic here. So Missouri is looking okay for now. Just a couple of strong storms in the vicinity, and some starting up over on the west side of the state over here. So let's bring a radar back over here for these storms as they intensify. So we got a couple of these supercells you can see popping up quite a bit better. More large hail, actually, right on the Kansas-Missouri border near Pleasanton. So we have a little bit of a hail spike showing up right here near Mound City. Very large hail, likely falling in the pink area here. A bit of a hail spike there. Large hail is a threat over here in east central Kansas, and then it will transition more to a damaging wind threat. I bet these two supercells themselves will form into a line and progress through the center of the state like this somehow, in some fashion. That looks like what might happen here, given where these are starting up, where they're setting up shop. All right, so let's keep an eye on our storms that are now coming onshore now. Basically, they're on the shore now, so we're starting to get back into the territory of land tornadoes instead of waterspouts. Let's see if we get any warnings issued immediately here. From what I can tell, none of these are as conducive as they were before for a tornado warning, but again, I wouldn't be surprised with either of these areas near Covert or down here near St. Joseph. So continue to watch these, but currently severe thunderstorm warning is what's in effect. Yeah, we'll see for the Kazoo and the Battle Creek area out ahead of this, but right now, that's what I'm seeing. We're watching as these approach your area. And they'll be through that tornado watch over the next 2-3 hours, maybe even 4 hours as they cross the southern part of the mitten here. Possibly any attendant storms on the south side of these could reach into the very northern corners here, essentially, of Indiana and Ohio, since some of these counties have received the tornado watch as well. Yeah, I hope it remains a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Yeah, you guys got a bunch of the rain earlier on in the morning, so if that sun came out, in particular for any of you here in southwest Michigan, then that would be... Oh my gosh, it's working. Oh, we fixed it. Okay, I could get rid of this. All right, it looks like the weather house has returned to civilization. And now the overlay is working again, so I don't have to make any more Andy warnings. Sorry if you like the Andy warnings, but I might not have to do that now. Yep, it looks like Chicago is done. You guys are going to be on the backside of our low pressure systems, churning up in here somewhere. And on that front right quadrant of the low pressure system is really where we're seeing the spin forming in these storms and why they've been tornadic at all. Finally, the update. I mean, if it doesn't come through still, I'll still do it. So it still has to make the alert. We'll see if it does or not. Yeah, these storms are generally moving due east. Play the loop back, you can see they're moving onshore, generally moving due east here. So what we're going to be watching for here is the part of the storm that is more oriented with a north-south component, like this. These are going to be the storms that have a better chance at probably producing what are spin-up tornadoes at this point. So we have a couple of like separate isolated storms that are feeding into the main band, sort of consolidated together out ahead here. This is where we'd see spin-up tornadoes when the line is oriented north-south like this, and less of the case of spin-up tornadoes with the line oriented more like this east and west down here into northwest Indiana. So right now, I'm not super concerned. I'm not as concerned with tornado potential in this area as much as I am with this area. That's where we're watching very closely. And you can see that. You can see several areas of spin, start up and maybe die off just a little bit right as they approach the shore here, where we could have had a couple of water spouts before these storms got on shore. That's what we're seeing right here with this part of the storm that's oriented more north-south like this. So yeah, I think that the primary tornado threat will stay just south of Lansing, definitely south of Grand Rapids, but you can see some of the flooding threat because basically it's raining everywhere in the mitten. It's raining almost everywhere here, so there could be some flooding threat, especially where some stronger rainfall is right in this vicinity here. So Lansing and Grand Rapids, your primary concern is probably flooding, while the tornado threat stays a little bit off to your south, despite you being on the northern edge of the watch. So find yourself on the map there. You know where you are in the mitten, at least I hope you do. All right, am I seeing anything? Yeah, we are back in business. Thanks, Ryan, for reaching out. Wow. Yeah, this has been great coverage so far. Happy to continue hanging out with y'all. Hopefully, if you're in the Chicago metro, you can have like a breather. It's like you just ran a marathon for a few hours there, staying weather aware. And then you can't just sit down after you run a marathon. You got to walk it off a little. That's the healthiest way to approach something like that. So, um, I'm here. I'm sticking with you guys, even if you're past the point of concern as it stands. It's Kalamazoo's main concern. Your main concern is going to be probably some strong winds, but also the tornado threat will approach your area here in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Your stormiest hour is coming up. Yeah, and southeast Michigan too will be. I mean, it's moving due east. You can see the strongest part of the storm here, and basically where it's not raining right now, where there's no greens. This is where the best air conditions are out ahead of this. So, best moisture, best instability for any sort of severe threat or tornado threat would be probably limited to right where I-94 is and to the south. But spin up tornadoes out in the rain up here is not out of the question. So speaking purely from a thermodynamics perspective, you would look south of I-94. But speaking from also looking at the winds, you would include all of this area out ahead of this line of storms here. So we'll see if that does reach down to Toledo. We'll see if that reaches down into the northeast corner of Indiana at all. But right now we're looking at southwest Michigan. All right. Just getting caught up because all the chasers started trying to message me when I was already looking at the terminal radar. These guys are silly. Happy that they're trying to help though. Shouts to Brad Arnold and Chris. Even when they're not chasing, they're like, "Oh man, I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this." Those guys are addicted. They need a good barbecue meal, I think, to calm them down. Some good BBQ. Yeah, I mean, if I were in Detroit, I would be slightly worried. But like if I were in Detroit, I wouldn't be as worried as if I were over here in Southwest Michigan for sure. I don't know how it's gonna evolve, but my gut tells me that it's gonna be stable air at the surface at 10 to 11 p.m. It's mostly rain cooled already. It's gonna be pretty tough for anything significant to happen over there, but it's not out of the question. Do I have cameras over there? I think so. If Frank is listening, I suppose we can transition outside of the Chicago area for camera feeds. I don't know what we have over here though. I think there's some, but I don't know if we have one right in like the Battle Creek area or what we can do about that. Because I had Riley helping me with the stream today, but he is completely shifted away from working on cameras on my stream because Ryan had to go live and then they had to get on the phone with customer support to restore services. So I don't have anybody helping me directly because they've kind of forgotten about me. I'm just over here doing my stuff, not really hearing. I'm waiting to hear, whether we'll have some support on that or not because these storms are still tornadic. So that would be nice. Just tell me where. Southwest Michigan. I suppose as long as we're looking at rain, it will be supportive to the novel here. I saw the tornado in Jefferson County in Pennsylvania. I didn't see it, but I saw it on the radar. It's definitely possible for a few minutes for sure. Yeah, they may have forgotten about me a little bit over here. Frank's here though. Frank's going ham. Yep, if you're on I-94 right now driving, we're watching these storms move through from west to east. So eventually they're going to meet up with you. Eventually they'll meet up with you all the way over there in Jackson. Nope, the Chicago Metro is basically through and through done with today. Just the good news over there. Can take another look at that to show you. There's nothing there. We're good in the Chicago Metro, but we're not fully good because there were some impacted areas that are going to need some assistance for sure and some response. So we tracked those tornadoes earlier on the stream. I consider the stream to be a valuable resource to watch back in the future as well, to see how it all happened and how we could look at it from multiple sources. In fact, we had a radar that literally sampled the tornado itself and not like the circulation in the clouds. It was literally 20 feet off the ground. That's a new one for sure. On this channel, at least. So Chicago's looking good. No tornado warnings over here in Michigan yet. South Haven Beach Cam. Yeah, that's perfect. In fact, we should have had that 15 minutes ago. But right now, it's still perfect. We have a little bit of a bookend here, so we can get the South Haven Beach Cam for sure. Yeah, you can pop that in. You could pop that in YouTube too, I think. Because the Midway Airport's pretty right now. We could see the backside of the storms. I think that's still valuable. YouTube 2 would be good. Okay. Thank you for looking through that. Or not YouTube 2, sorry. Yeah, it's Riley's feed right now. Right. Thank you, Riley. I forgot I had that up now. The backup is appreciated though. So yeah, waiting for this. I mean, this is a really pretty pretty structure if we can get that in the second cam. We could see basically from the beach cam what is probably just rain, and you can't really see anything, but the structure on radar is very nice. This is a sort of a bookend feature here, which basically means this is turning into a line of storms that's being pushed out in front of it like this. And as it's pushed out in front, that air also kind of circles around like this counterclockwise, and you can see it show up nicely on radar just like that. There you go. That is what we are looking at. Yeah, I think if I were to guess where these storms are going to continue on and pose the primary threat, it would just be pretty much along this line. Again, I'm not sure Detroit is really going to get in on anything too bad here, but the watch does go all the way over there. And I do hope that it's done by the time it gets to Southwest Ontario as well. So y'all are still in the watch over in this area, but I think this is where I would be most concerned with as we continue the stream and also watch the enhanced risk take place in the Kansas City, Missouri area to the south. Probably it's going to be staying south of Kansas City, Missouri, unless we get some more storms filling in that area. All right, so this is the South Haven beach cam now on the bottom right of the stream. South Haven beach cam in place. So South Haven is right here, right in the middle of that sort of wrap up of the storm here. So now we have the beach cam there. And wouldn't you know, it looks like a bunch of rain. Looks like a bunch of rain there. Can't see much of anything there, but that's what's going on in South Haven. Thank you guys for sending those super chats along. I appreciate you. No tornado warnings, though. This is one of the possible solutions as we watch these storms come on shore. We could see the difference in surface medium here, aka the water surface versus land. Over land, there's a lot more friction. It's a lot rougher here, so it's a lot rougher, and that can interrupt any spots of rotation, any rotating storms at the surface, and make it harder for the storm to produce a tornado. The opposite could also happen, though, so it's pretty interesting that what we've seen here is, for now, an interruption as they come on shore. That won't always be the case, but in this case, it looks like it sure is. Sure is. So yeah, some very heavy rain out in front of this. Did you hear any lightning? Did you hear any thunder in South Haven? Do we have any lightning occurring with these storms yet? Because the Chicagoans will tell you that it was quiet. They didn't really hear any thunder, if any at all, ever, as these storms moved through with tornado warnings. So there's a very eerie quietness besides any rainfall. So if you're hearing some lightning with these storms now in Southwest Michigan, hearing some thunder, that is, I keep saying that, then that would also tell me that these storms have intensified a little more here. That looks really good, Frank. Yeah, I like that one a lot. I think it's looking southwest, but that will work. Let's see, where's that? Vicksburg, Michigan. Oh, there it is, right here. So we could get a camera here in Vicksburg, Michigan, just outside of Kazoo and Battle Creek to give you guys some more visuals there. That can go in the first slide. Oh, you can see the end of the rainstorm there in South Haven, though. You see that down there in the bottom right. Clouds are almost passed over with the last bit of rain there. And if we look at the radar and compare it to that South Haven beach cam right along the beach here, so you can see that curly Q to this storm here. The rain is ending, and the clouds are also ending back behind those low-hanging clouds. It's pretty cool. A little bit of thunder in northern Allegan County. Wow, all the way up here. First crack of thunder in Portage. Very good. Thanks for letting me know. You're from Vicksburg? Nice. Hopefully it stays okay. We'll have a little bit of a cam from your area. I'm going to take one quick look at this and see if this is side lobing here. Ooh. Maybe the opposite of it. Oh, interesting. So, another thing that can happen with storms that do this little curly Q to them, there's a big old shrimp right here. There's a big old prawn right here. You see this? It's prawn shape here. This is our shrimp. But this time it's not a supercell. It's a bookend vortex here. And the northern side where the bookend is itself, we have a little bit stronger rotation wrapping up again right near covert, like I've been calling out for a while now. But this is back behind the main line of heavy rain here. So if this gets warned, which it definitely could, this has the potential to produce a tornado right here too. We're starting to see a bit tighter rotation there. And at the same time, we also have this area of tighter rotation down here near Sister Lakes and south of Watervillette. Watervillette. So those are the two areas I'm watching right now for these storms, or for this line of storms. I think that's starting to have a little bit of a damaging wind threat with it too, because it's being pushed out in front like this, pushed forward. Yeah, we can't use news channel feeds though. That would be copyright. So you guys got to think in the lines of how a content creator on this site works. I don't think there are any northern lights tonight. Watervillette. Elite. Watervillette. I almost got it. It's just that last syllable. Watervillette. I did it like 5 times earlier. I forgot if it was et or eat. That was the only part I didn't remember. Okay? I'm learning. Lansing, you're well away from the storms that we're concerned with. They're probably going to stay to your south. You're concerned about flash flooding. Don't drive through flooded waters. Thank you. So find yourself on the map here. Concerned with this area out ahead of this. Kazoo and Battle Creek up next here. I guess we're not gonna get the Vicksburg cam. Riley left again. What are they doing over there? Yeah, I nailed it that time. Thunder east of Papa. Got it. Thank you for checking in. Toledo's out for now. It's gonna be hours away from y'all. Couple hours out, maybe even 3 hours out. You're weather aware now though, and that's what counters. Counters? That's what counts. Oop, I'm just starting to talk. Alright, let's see here. Let's see what's going on with this storm here. This is not a good look near Sister Lakes, but we have no tornado warning with this yet. And then I'm also going to take a look at the Nebraska storms in just a second. So let's diagnose what's going on here, just to make sure. Non-uniform beam filling, okay, so no debris signature yet with this storm. I want to look at this from 2 different radars if I could, but I probably am not going to be able to. Let's take this one over. Just so we have another radar to confirm here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a warning for this, though. But from the Grand Rapids radar, it looks a little weird. And from this radar, it looks even weirder, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we'll see a warning with this near Sister Lakes or not, but it doesn't look good. So if a warning comes through, now you know why. Looks like a little bit of some stronger rotation starting up right here. I don't have to draw in a different color because this is all blue. Right here in this area, near Sister Lakes. Looks like it's going to go towards Decatur here in Michigan, south of Papa. Still waiting on seeing if we're going to see a warning up here too, now east of Covert, so closer to Breedsville and Bangor here. So we'll see if the bookend part of this rotation does anything. Wouldn't be surprised if either of these were warned in the next few minutes, though. So I'm sure the National Weather Service has close eyes on this. I would agree with warning either of these circulations, so if it does come through, just know that I am in agreement. So I'm waiting for those to come through. Let's take a look at Nebraska while we wait for the next radar scan and confirm here. I'm going to take this one over to Nebraska. I have 7 radar sites open right now. It's what must be done. All right, so that's over here in the Panhandle, which means we'll probably need to look at it from the Cheyenne radar here. Over Bridgeport, wow, look at that chonker. Huge hail falling near Bridgeport again, or a lot of it. This is like a hail blizzard. You can just see this one lonesome supercell out here with a huge hail risk. Very large hail here in the high plains. 2-inch hail was reported east of Scottsbluff here, which is an area that's been impacted quite a few times recently. I'm sure you guys are tired of this in the high plains this year. But looks like that's all it's got associated with it. Not very much rotation. And
A new tornado warning has been issued.
there you go. So that's our Van Buren County one, which I don't know which one that is, but I would almost bet my bomb dollar they should warn both of these. So that is for the southern one. So we got our warning for the Sister Lakes rotation. I would urge for this to be warned as well near Bangor and Breedsville. The bookend continues to be a concerning look, and it's also moving to the northeast if you take a look at that. The reason why this rotation is moving northeast up here, while this one over here is moving to the east, you can see how they're moving different directions, is because the part of the storm, basically the storm is moving like this. So you have this curly Q right here, right? It looks like a shrimp. And essentially the lowest pressure is right in here in this center of the curly Q. Storm's being pushed forward to the east down here, but up here, it's rotating as well as moving to the east, so it's actually propagating this direction. So up into Allegan County, I would definitely consider a warning at minimum for this. If you take a close look at it, there's no debris signature with this. I think there's a lot of trees over here, so we'd be able to see a tornado as it happens. It might not be very forested, I forget. So another clue for this rotation being legitimate is if you look at the left side of your screen here, right where that red dot is right here in the center, you can see lower areas of reflectivity. So lighter rain, essentially, is occurring right here, and that's right where the center of our rotation is, which means it's got its own little vacuum effect. So it's all coming together, it's rotating together, and the air is punching up too. Air rises in the center of a tornado, and also a circulation like this one. So air's rising up. Air is rising up here, and that means that the rain is not going to be as heavy right where that rotation is. So that to me tells me that this is a definitely legitimate rotation here, and a pretty strong rotation at that. I would issue a warning for this personally. So y'all watch out here as this goes off to the north and east as well, taking a little bit different of a track than your friends to the south in Van Buren County. Out ahead of time towards Allegan here is where I would watch out for this moving off to the northeast here. And on the next frame, it's dead. So these don't necessarily last that long, and that's why issuing a warning for them can be a little difficult. But you can see how it's just gone. It's just kind of falling apart now. They could still produce legit tornadoes, these bookend vortices, but in this case, I hope that they didn't, and that we won't need a warning for that. But y'all watch out ahead of time towards Allegan for sure. Lots of forest? Okay. It's a little bit of a weak echo region, yeah. A little bit of a weak echo hole. In Radar Omega, I haven't changed the velocity in Radar Omega, I think. This is a GR2 analyst, and I use the radar scope velocity table because it's what I'm most familiar with after years of studying radar on my own. So this warning is in effect, of course, for southern Van Buren County, like we've been talking about. That's Decatur and Lawton here. Or Lawton. I don't know how you say it in Michigan. It's probably not as southern as Lawton in Oklahoma. So just outside of Mattawan, or Mattawan is just in the warning and just outside of Pawpaw here. Basically, I-94 is the northern extent of this warning in this county. So be taking shelter in these areas. Good idea to practice even if you're not in the direct path of the circulation, which is right in this region here. It's definitely broadened out this is definitely much less worth a tornado warning as the previous couple minutes were. So up here, I know we had a couple people report in from near Papa. All right, now let's go to East Kansas and Missouri. All right, over here with our storms in East Kansas, right on the border, or right on the state line with Missouri here. We have a little bit of a downburst ongoing here near Amsterdam in Missouri. So these are very powerful winds that are directed toward the radar site up that way. They're moving very quickly, so they have been pushed out of the storm at the surface. They've hit the surface and are now spreading out very quickly in this direction. So some very powerful winds and probably near zero visibility here in heavy rain from this storm. That looks to be the primary impact over there. Yep, and then this one little band of storms here that we called out earlier, western extent was Rolla, and eastern was along I-44 here to St. Clair. Continues on to the south with a damaging wind threat. So this is going to be just a pretty nasty round of storms, but the tornado threat is minimal with this as it goes to the south. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those shelf cloud kind of storms as it approaches from the north here. You don't usually see them off from the north, but that'll go through some of these areas here, some of these rural areas in southeast Missouri now. Not too concerned with that storm. It's just going to have some damaging winds with it for a while. So let's go back up to Michigan again to see the newest bit on our tornado warning up here. First one in Michigan. Hopefully the only one too. That would be great if that were the case. So watching this and just seeing the way this storm looks right now, how it's kind of spread itself out in this fashion. Drawing black even for or blue rather. How it's spread itself out in this fashion here. Really, what I was looking for a tornado threat was for it to keep its north-south orientation like this and just pass through as like a wall of a storm just going due east here. But instead, it's kind of spread out like this. And as a result, I think we'll see a couple of instances of possible tornadoes along this part of the line that still has a little bit of that north-south orientation to it as it passes off to the east here. But it definitely makes me think that maybe this area in particular will not see as much of a tornado threat in the near term, just due to how the storm has progressed. Thanks for letting me know about your observations there. Branch County wind is picking up. Where is Branch County at? Oh, over here. Okay, for Coldwater. So you're well away from the storm, but you've got some winds probably coming from the south in some fashion here that are feeding some warmer moisture air in. Yeah, kind of looks like something spinny, right? Because it is. It definitely has its own spin to it. What's really cool about the storm is it has its own low pressure system right in here. This is where the pressure is the lowest as the storm spins around itself, essentially. Tornado whistle in Papa. You're just south of Papa? Yeah, definitely be taking shelter here. Good idea to practice it even if nothing comes your way in the end. Interior-most room of your house or a basement if you have it in this pink polygon here. Respect the polygon. Yeah, Grand Rapids is fine. Just don't drive through flooded waters. Flooded roads. I always say that too. You guys didn't catch me last time. Flooded roads. Don't drive through flooded roads. Flooded waters. All right, so yep, looking good. Nope, no warning for Kalamazoo County. Not yet. And don't be scared, be prepared. The classic. Absolute classic. The theme of today. Yep, we're watching rotation in the tornado warning. There is a reason it is warned, and we called it out before it ended up getting warned. Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Riley, but we were in the process of getting cams here. I might just yes. Well, I need to put the Vicksburg camera in. I could just do it myself if you put it in YouTube 1, Frank. I'll just put it up on my end. I have the ability to do that. So YouTube 1 will work for the Vicksburg camera. I like that one. The digital example. And I'll pop that up because Vicksburg is right in front of this line of storm, so we can take a look and see if there's a shelf cloud or what we're looking at here, if we can see it. Words are hard, yeah. A burst versus a tornado. A burst, you'd have to know which color of your velocity is going which way, based with respect to your radar sight here. So the radar sight in this case is up to the north and east. So this color is going away and this color is going this way. So we have rotation just in there. Or actually, see, you have to know. Opposite. I don't know why I drew that opposite. So we have rotation right in there counterclockwise. See, not even I can get it 100% of the time. It takes a close eye and getting your wits about you. So if you see this like side by side toward the radar sight, you have rotation. If you see it with one color going this way and one color going this way toward the radar sight, then you have convergence or divergence. And depending on whether it's convergence or divergence, would be a downdraft or a downburst versus a tornado. So it takes a lot of practice to get it right and be able to ID it. But that's your start. Orientation, and then knowing which color goes which direction. Yeah, I think Lansing will be fine. Your concern is going to be flooding. Any flooding that might happen in Lansing, Michigan is what I would be concerned with. I'm glad you all are weather aware, though, in your tornado watch here, especially in these areas out ahead of this line of storms. Again, the only concerning part of the storm moving through the tornado watch at the moment is this one right here in southern Van Buren County in Michigan. So this guy right here is pretty much the only immediately concerning part of the storm to me. We saw a bookend try to take place up here, but then it fizzled out very quickly, right when it started to look pretty bad. So we have one area of concern, and thus we have one tornado warning there as well. So you have to be able to find yourself on a map today if you're asking for your location. I think that this part of the storm generally will travel along south of I-94 with that one tornado threat right here. So the northern edge of this looks less and less likely to be anything but severe winds to me. You have to be able to find yourself here. Yeah, I'm still not sure if any part of the severe weather will actually be in Indiana or Northwest Ohio. I'm not sure about that. So we'll see if it does reach across the state lines here as it progresses east, but at the moment it's all in Michigan. And then several hours down the line, I probably won't not be live on this once it starts to fizzle out, which I would be surprised if this storm isn't fizzling out by the time it gets to Jackson. From the get go, I wasn't really sure that Detroit would have much of any tornado threat today, but if the storm does make it all the way over there, I suppose maybe further south towards Monroe to Toledo would be where the tornado threat could materialize. So we'll see. There you go. If you found yourself on the map, you're good. Yeah, I would still watch out probably in this area. If you are in Indiana or Ohio, it's literally just this corridor right here that I'm most concerned with. For the South Bend area in Michigan City, northwest Indiana, it doesn't look too bad. storms are passing through and the threat should be done with. And the tornado threat is more focused on where the strongest storms exist. All right. Let's take a close look here and see if we have any updates in our storm here. Our one tornado warning. One tornado warning up here, and I think we may have had a brief tornado here. Yeah, especially on that scan. You can kind of see it. So everybody's eyes are focused on the brighter colors here in this circulation right here, right? But this is actually where the tornado may have occurred. And if we swap over to the correlation coefficient on the next frame, there she blows. Probably a weak tornado occurred for maybe a minute or two at most right here. Outside of where your eyes were likely focused. This is where we could have seen a brief tornado here. So if this does get upgraded as a result of that, wouldn't be surprised. It may already be done with, though, because it definitely looked like a tornado right here on this scan. You can see it's very tightly wrapped up here, right in this circle. And then on this scan, it's definitely disconnected, disorganized. Looking okay now. Hopefully lifted, but yeah, a little bit of debris showing up right there. So one brief tornado right there, more than likely occurred. In an area of high reflectivity, that means we can definitely confirm that it happened. Yeah, I would say this is definitely a rural area for sure, just south of I-94. But since that did happen, and you can kind of see that hook where that was expected to occur here, so kind of see like you have a separate storm here that might have sort of shedded from the main updraft, and that actually is what produced our tornado up here south of I-94 in the trees. That may occur a couple of times here. We may see another mesocyclone kind of shed off to the north of this main circulation right here, this broad circulation. We could see another one eject off to the north here and do it again. So we had one right here. Maybe this one here will also consolidate over the next couple minutes. So one tornado more than likely just happened there. And now we have a Dowajack here in a severe thunderstorm warning for this southern part of the storm down here. I think this will continue to be our tornado case, as I was mentioning. Maybe a little bit more of a separate supercellular structures developing here, semi-discrete, meaning they're kind of on top of each other, but you can see several areas of rotation right in here, as the rest of the storm is disconnected and off to the north now. Just giving up some heavy rain and some gusty winds up here, I'm sure. So I think this is where we'll start to see a little bit more in the future of where we'll be focusing our eyes on. Dowajack. Did I say Dowajack? Dowagiac? I'm going Dowajack. Did I say Dowajack? I meant to say Dowajack. Somebody told me earlier. I was ready. I was ready. I was supposed to get it right there. I'm going by the locals. The locals don't say Giac. I think they definitely want to say it with as little effort as possible, because that's what we do. We follow the path of least resistance, and that's what Mother Nature does too. Vicksburg live cam. I don't know if Frank ever got back to me on that. Let's see. Let's see. Nope. We don't have the Vicksburg live cam yet. I'll put it up as soon as it's there. New Jack City. Yeah, I like that one. Let's put the Vicksburg cam in U2-1, Frank. I can edit it on my end since Riley is not even in his chair. I don't know what they're doing. Dog pack? I gotta throw in a nope. Good. Yeah, Jack at the end. See, I like that. I like that. Well, I do too. He is doing cams, except he's just not in his chair. And he hasn't been for 15 minutes or so. So I was waiting. Vicksburg is still out ahead of this thing, so we still have time to put it up. But yeah, we should have that cam up. Just put it in YouTube 1. I got it. You say Doagiac in Ann Arbor? Have you asked the locals? Have you asked the locals what they say? I think they would be the ones that you want to listen to. A local. Do you guys have fights over the pronunciation in this town? 'Cause it sounds like the locals are fighting right now. Oh my goodness. Get it together, y'all. Get it together. Lived here whole life. Noah Giac. Dude, it's Jack. Noah Jack. Noah Giac. I like this one. This is definitely a nail biter in chat. Definitely a nail biter in chat. Yeah, we continue to see 4,000 feet above the surface the progression of this tornado that occurred here. I mean, it might still be occurring, but here's our debris signature. You guys haven't seen this yet. On the last scan, it looked like this when we were looking at it here. So it has continued to toss up some trees now, and I mean, it looks like nothing on velocity, right? Looks like nothing there. But that could still be an ongoing tornado. This is not a confirmed warning, by the way, despite this having been present on radar for a good 8 minutes or so. So this is not a confirmed tornado at all, despite the fact that we know it is. You guys are watching a confirmed tornado right here that has done damage and may continue to do damage out here in the rural area, but now is pretty close to I-94. And there is no confirmed warning on that, so you're seeing something unique. You're seeing something unique. Will the National Weather Service confirm this tornado? Yeah. I know about the Y town. I'm gonna call it Y town. Town has a French name origin. Oh, we can settle this debate now. Native American town. French? Native American? Uh-oh. There's even dissent on that and on that topic. Yeah, just look at I have a fly friend with me today who's also tracking the radar apparently. So the fly is on the radar and definitely trying to tell me where to look at my debris signature here. Look at this debris here. Look at all this trees. So even a weak tornado in a forested area can look like this near Lawrence in Michigan. It's just west of Pawpaw now. There's probably some branches kind of landing on I-94 if this tornado is already done with, which I would imagine it is done with now, but there's probably some tree leaves and branches just falling on the interstate now. Okay. Thank you, Frank. I'm going to put that up here. Let's refresh it. Nice. So this is Vicksburg, Michigan here, which is just outside of our storms moving in. So Vicksburg's right here. I'm going to go ahead and update the overlay for you. Vicksburg, Michigan here. And we can see, if we could see any distant flashes, you can see there's not much lightning activity from this town that's being observed, despite, a tornado that's just ripped up a bunch of trees off to its west, and it's not a confirmed warning either. Ypsilanti. Yeah, that one. There. Did I make you guys happy? Town camera. Alright, so this is Vicksburg, Michigan town camera. Label should be updating now. And again, Vicksburg is Vicksburg is over here in this blue circle. Our confirmed, or our tree eater tornado is over here in the right over I-94 west of Pawpaw. It should be done with already. It just should be the fallout, all the debris that's circling in the air after the tornado is done. So we're not really far away from where we would be able to see that. Yeah, I don't know which direction this camera's facing. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to tell. I think it's either facing west or east. Or north or south. One of those. So we'll see what happens when the rain comes into the town. I'm going to be a Mittentown expert. I'm working on it. Thank you guys for helping me with that, despite the very dichotomous approach to this town. Very dichotomous approach. Wow. I've never seen such a split in the chat. I've never seen such a split in the chat on pronunciation on a town. Even people who claim that they've lived there their whole life, and then I've seen both from them too. This is Vicksburg, Michigan camera. It's facing that way, yeah. I've never seen such dissent. That is wild. All right, so our tree eater tour was back here and is now certainly at this point lifted west of Pawpaw. So no confirmation on that, but a bunch of tree debris is circling in the storm or in the air up here, and likely landing in some yards. And our new area of concern is out ahead of the storm down here. This is definitely some tighter rotation near Decatur in Michigan. And then our Doa Jack, Doa Giac, I'm gonna say both of them. Storm here has sort of lost its tighter rotation that it did have at one point. So it looks like Kalamazoo is okay at the moment. Unless we get one of those tree eaters that kind of just occludes off to the north. We'll have to watch that if one does come up that way for Portage and Kalamazoo. But right now, it looks all right. So we'll watch this one. It's moving off to the east. Should stay to the south of Portage and go pretty close to Vicksburg where our camera is. So we'll have a good look at that depending on which direction it's facing. And then, of course, we still have the South Haven, Michigan camera, which is all the way back here. I guess, a little bit of a pop-up shower here. Still raining on this webcam back there. We were watching that one earlier. So those are the areas that we are watching right now. In addition to that, what is this? Nothing yet, but this is an area of rotation. Right here near Allegan in Michigan. Again, this is in that northern part of the storm that I was not as concerned with, but it's still trying to do something funky here. So keeping a close eye on this just in case something happens in Allegan County in Michigan here. Vicksburg camera is facing northeast. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind as we begin to see observations in place. I like the descent. All right, let's wait for new radar data to give you the latest on this storm. So it should be in 5 seconds. Give me the updates. Is there or is there not a tornado ongoing right now? Let's see. Okay, I don't see one at all yet with this Decatur storm and that tight rotation we were observing. So still no evidence of a tornado doing damage yet. A new severe thunderstorm warning, or the continuation of one, just all the way up through here. Very interesting warning issued there. Yeah, I am just kind of surprised that this tornado was just not confirmed, especially as it moved off to the northeast, a different direction, and thus a different area of concern outside of the current warning. Sometimes it's surprising, but I was actually awake at like 5:30, 6 a.m. this morning, watching the line of storms move through the Omaha, Nebraska area when they moved through there. And there were 3 or 4 spin-up tornadoes that were never even warned, unfortunately. So we do need as much training as possible and as much National Weather Service response as possible because those were all confirmed warning or confirmed tornadoes. But they were not warned. So of course, National Weather Service is not perfect, and that's why I'm here to serve as another resource and a second opinion and so forth. Start a Q&A. That seems interesting. Yeah, I've never seen that either. I don't even know if I have that, Frank. I don't think I do. Create highlight video. Oh, I can add a marker? That's so useful. Well, that's useful at least. Area south of Lawrence is very rural. Yeah, a bunch of trees, and that's what we saw just being eaten up there. I still think that's worth a confirmed warning, though. Wouldn't you? In Illinois? What? There's nothing going on in Illinois. We're done over here. We're done up here in the Chicago metro. And all the storms in the St. Louis area are not severe warned on the Illinois side. So that should not be happening. Fact, I'm going to close this radar site. Bam. It's done. Alright, the Allegan rotation that I saw has mostly fallen apart just a bit here, so I'm not as concerned up there. Still watching this. This is our main concern, really, has maintained this storm that is south of Pawpaw now and headed towards Vicksburg, which we have the camera for. I mean, I'm on the same thing you're looking at, Frank, with the chat. I just don't have the. Oh, I see it. Actually, I have it now. The engage with your audience. I have that now. I didn't realize it was on the chat. I have that popped out, so that's why I didn't see it. Now I know how to do that. One of the cams be Ipsy. I mean, maybe down the line. Aren't we still pretty far away from? Aren't we still pretty far away from that though? I can't find it off the top of my head. Where are you? Yeah, I can't find it off the top of my head. But we're gonna keep the Vicksburg one right now. Weather radio going off in Vicksburg. What is it telling you? I don't have a warning through on my end yet. Kalamazoo County has a severe thunderstorm warning, though. That was just issued, so it is going off for a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's about to pop in here. So we'll see. Did that pop up on the stream? If not, I'm gonna refresh this thing again, just in case. It's by Ann Arbor. Okay, I was looking in the right spot, but it wouldn't pop up for me. I was looking there. Yep, Grand Rapids is looking good. Just don't drive through flooded roads, please. If there are any flooding concerns in that area, which definitely looks like there are. So don't drive through flooded roads there. Be wary of the floods. I mean, if you're in the tornado watch, we are literally watching the storm that has prompted the tornado watch and watching its path and everything. Yes, that is what we're looking at. Branch County will be in the line of sight for it. Probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes, your stormiest hours coming up. But it might not be all that electrically active. So something your Chicago friends and so forth will tell you today is that the electrical activity, or the lightning, essentially, and they're not really hearing any thunder. There's just not a lot of lightning with these storms. And that happens when our lapse rates are not that steep, which is the case today. So the instability is not as large as it is with some of the other storms that come through, and that's limiting our lightning activity here. Flooded waters, yeah. I didn't say it. If you're in Allegan, nah, I would be concerned with flooding. At this point, the strongest storm is almost done for you guys. Yeah, if you're in Ann Arbor and Ypsi, you have the tornado watch. And I think that the primary area of concern for tornadoes exists in this cluster right here. That's going south of Kalamazoo and Battle Creek area. And this cluster is basically moving due east as it evolves. So we'll see if it eventually does impact any areas along I-94. But as far as I can tell, I'm not super concerned with any of the. I'm not super concerned with any of the areas north of I-94 unless we get some rogue spin up. So yeah, I'm looking south of I-94 right now and north of I-80 in these areas. Hopefully that helps. Things are subject to change, but that's where the concern exists right now. Near Almena? I don't know where Almena is. I'm looking at all the areas I would see a possible CC drop that you're talking about, so I can't find it. So more than likely, if I can't find it, it's probably not legit. Much needed? Yeah, I hope this is a drought buster for a lot of y'all out here. Hopefully this is a drought buster. If you're in Rolla, you're along I-44, a windstorm moved through to your east. Any more areas that see storms there are definitely going to be windstorms, maybe with some hail in them. They're in Missouri. Some lightning on the Vicksburg cam. Maybe just like one or two. Yep, so not a lot of lightning. Not a lot of lightning. How bad's it looking for Portage? Looks like it's going to be severe, at least near you. But the rotation is headed off just to your south, closer to Vicksburg. Just west of Kalamazoo. Okay, I guess it doesn't show up on this program. Sometimes that happens. So just west of Kalamazoo, you're looking at a CC drop. I assume you're looking at somewhere in this area. This was actually previous tree debris from a tornado back here that was never confirmed south of Lawrence in a rural area. So this was a tornado that ate up a lot of tree leaves and so forth. And you can see the debris kind of travel away from it in this area. So this is just a bunch of sporadic leaves and so forth that are still being lofted up in the storm, a few thousand feet above the surface. You got some lightning in Grand Rapids. Looks like it's a little more frequent up there, but with our severe storms, we're really not seeing too much of it down here. Just a little bit. The recent siren report was a false alarm. Of course it was. That's not a good thing. Yes, you will. Vermont will have another round of flooding concerns tomorrow. That is true. There's actually a slight risk going through Vermont and for severe weather, including damaging winds, and a moderate risk for excessive rainfall or flash flooding, which is on the upper end of our flash flooding concerns from the Weather Prediction Center. And the reason that's in place is because there's already a lot of flooding ongoing, as you guys may have heard about. Some very devastating flooding in some cases, and there's going to be some more. There's going to be some more storms that move through. So it is definitely a concerning look for Vermont tomorrow. Oof! Ouch. Main concerns for anyone. Main concerns for anyone are just in this corridor. This corridor out ahead of these storms right here. This is my main concern for any severe threat, tornadoes or not. Maybe some gusty winds are possible a little further north here. A little bit of lightning is being reported in some of these heavier showers up north in this area. But this is the corridor that I see as prompting the tornado watch right now. Nope. Find your county. Find your county in this corridor. Find your area south of Ann Arbor. mostly almost all south of I-94 as it stands. We'll play it through so you can see that coming through. Definitely some strong storms at the very least in this path here through these blue lines. So Macomb County or Macomb County, if you're in that blue line, that's how you'll tell whether you should be weather aware or just not driving through flooded roads. This is what it looks like at the moment for my current concerns. Welcome from Canada. Yeah, I'm hoping that these storms, by the time they reach Detroit and southwest Ontario, that they're pretty much done with. As we get into the early night, toward midnight, these should hopefully be much less of a concern as the surface stabilizes. Yep, that's old debris fallout, Tony. Or somebody had a similar town name there. We'll see if the storm's doing anything yet, but we're waiting on radar updates because they're only coming through every 4.5 minutes now. I said both of them for a reason, Macomb. No, the only area of tornado or like strong storms right now that are spinning so you have spinning storms are back here. None of the rest of the storms that I'm watching here are supercellular or tornadic, from what I can tell. And I don't see anything just looking over it again. So the only concerning storms are here, and that's why I've drawn the corridor out in front of them for the meantime. I think I just answered Detroit, so hopefully that made it through to you. Hopefully they're just gone by that point, or just some heavy rain. That's my expectation. Is Brighton safe? Are you in the blue corridor? If not, just don't drive through flooded roads. Nothing going on in Kalamazoo? Yep. Seems like you have been in the storm hole today. Interesting stuff is to your south of Portage. And also up to your north. Kalamazoo proper looks like you got storm hold. You didn't get the interesting part there. Missouri, yep, we'll be going over Missouri. That damaging wind threat will persist through the night, unlike this storm. I think we'll see much less of a severe threat from these storms through the night, but the Missouri storms, they definitely will continue through the night with damaging wind.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
That's like an hour old. I don't know why that's coming through now. That is a continuation of our tornado watch. That's why that's coming through. I see. So the tornado watch has been continued. It is not a new one. Same one, and we're still watching it. We're about to lose our only active tornado warning here, too. Which is good news. Ow. Toledo's still up in the air. Just a bit, yes. You got it, Rihanna. You nailed it. Exactly what I'm putting out. That's what I think. Just a little bit up in the air. Ann Arbor, I've put the cameras up once the storms are closer to them, which would be in about 2 hours. So maybe. Not that I know yet. But my hope is that you guys are getting some much needed rain. Is the rain much needed for y'all here in Michigan? Is this much needed rain? I'm pretty sure it is for some locations at least. So hopefully this is a drought buster and you guys are enjoying that as best as possible. Yeah, look at that South Haven cam. That is wonderful, isn't it? Man, you see that? That looks wicked cool. Let's take a closer look at that. Pull that up. Let me pull that up. Look at that South Haven, Michigan camera. Isn't that cool? Yes, 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 yes. Let's go. Shoutouts to Michiganders. Glad you guys are getting your needed rain. Can I have some? I'm in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. Can I have some? Appreciate that. Look how cool this looks. You can see the clouds in the foreground moving across here. That's wicked looking. Clouds in the background. Different rainstorm. That is a wild one for sure. On the western shores, on the shores of Lake Michigan here, they look very pretty. Definitely more lightning on average now in that Vicksburg cam too. People are still talking about that town name too. I'm gonna do some research on that separate, and we'll calm the chat down for that. Yeah, thankfully Grand Rapids is in stable air, so that amount of helicity on the photograph that you're looking at is not going to end up doing too much. Yeah, this is awesome looking. I'm trying to figure out what that light is in the clouds itself. Like a reflection? Or is it a lighthouse? I can't tell what that is, but it looks really cool. There's a light shining through the clouds or off the clouds. I can't tell what that is. And now it's being obscured, so it looks like it looks like it's in the clouds there. Oh, it's moving around too. Definitely makes me think lighthouse. Sorry, that's a little wild. I just couldn't help but watch that a little bit. I like that cam. Very pretty. Keep it up there in the bottom right. Yes. Looks like refraction. I thought so too, but it was a little interesting for refraction for sure. So we're looking at the Vicksburg town camera right now in South Haven, Michigan. South Haven's back here, so that cloud bank that you saw is off to the north of off to the north of the town here on the lake. Very interesting look back there. And 20 minutes ago, we had a funnel cloud report on this storm here that's approaching Vicksburg. Starting to see a lot more flashes than we were before for this storm, which does look like a proper supercell now. We could try to draw this out here. We have a supercell right here near the Vicksburg area, and also one down here just south. So a bit of that heavy rain is in Portage and on the south side of Kalamazoo here, but the concerning severe threat is more than likely south of Portage also. Next light would be way north. Yeah, probably a little bit more of a refraction case than there for sure. Given that it's static in relation to the camera pan, I would say that it's more of an optics thing. None of these have come together to produce something worth a tornado warning, though. Yeah, and I think the reason for that is we're just encountering more stable air here in Southwest Michigan and South Central. The tornado watch that is in place for y'all here, and also into Northeast Indiana and the northwest corner of Ohio. The tornado watch in place here is a lower end probability watch than the one that was covering the Chicago metro earlier. So again, the probabilities are lower over here. And I mean, we're kind of seeing the reason why. Like, these storms are struggling to keep themselves together, keep rotation together, or really intensify much at all. So we're seeing lightning now. That's a little bit of a sign of intensification compared to how they were in the Chicagoland. But at the same time, when a storm grows much larger like this in an environment similar to this, it might be non-efficient. It might be inefficient. There we go. Brain's working. It might be inefficient at producing tornadoes, which is another reason why this is a lower end watch. And we're seeing the results of that right now. So this is good news. Why for so long? It's just the time when the storms could possibly produce one. Personally, I think that once we get to 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Once we get to like midnight, the low level stable air is definitely going to make it much harder for these storms to have any attempt at a tornado. So, I'd agree with you. You know, sometimes it seems like it's a little long, but watches are typically issued also in those 6, 7 hour chunks like that. So they'll probably drop the watch if this weakening trend continues. Yeah, they can set it a long ways ahead, and then you know, edit it and adapt as the storms make themselves known. Apparently. Doa Jack, Doa Giak. You guys gotta stop. Are y'all watching like 45 minutes ago and still talking about this, or are you just now catching up with the stream? Make sure you're keeping up with the date and time in the bottom right corner of the stream. We're live here. Almina's Madawan. Okay. Oh my gosh. I feel like some of you guys are like half an hour behind. You really gotta take a look at the stream and see the time on there. Definitely want to be watching live. Can't just pause and unpause. You gotta catch back up with the live. I feel like one of the biggest drawbacks to this platform and the explosion of what we're doing here and serving as another resource for weather coverage and tornado coverage is the fact that people don't know how to watch a live stream. The Wajak, the Wajak, the Wajak, the Wowjack, the Wowjiak, the Wowjiak. Should I just start melding them all together? Thank you. Yeah, I'll start saying wah. I got it. We're more on the wah side. Sure, Sonic. There might be a 5 or 6 or 7% contribution to today's event thanks to El Nino, but there is no way, there's no single way that you or I could separate El Nino from everything else that is causing the storm system to be the way it is today. And say that, oh yeah, that was El Nino. Yeah, I got it. Dawajak. Got it. Dawajiak. Can we do cold water cameras? They're a little bit further out ahead. I mean, Vicksburg's just getting in on the good part of it, so. What? I don't know why. I don't know why this town name has done this to us, but it's certainly been a conversation. Thank you guys for contributing to said conversation. It's been glorious. It's been amazing. One of the most invigorating ones I've had about a town name, and I'm happy to have inspired it. Good. You were born there? Yeah, I was born there. Ann Arbor Cam is about 2 hours away from any severe threat. I'm not. I mean, I would like you to feel safe, yes. And what I would say is that I'm not really concerned about Ann Arbor for severe weather today. I'm concerned about Ann Arbor for any flooding risks, but I don't think you're going to be driving out of your house at 11:30 to midnight Eastern time. At least I hope you wouldn't. Tonight is not a good night for that in Ann Arbor. Tonight's a good night for some hot chocolate in Ann Arbor. It's July, but you could still have hot chocolate and treat yourself. No? Why am I in this Zoom call? Oh, that's funny. You can still treat yourself. You deserve it, chat. You should treat yourself to some hot chocolate. I mean, if you go outside in the rain here in Grand Rapids, is it cold? I'm pretty sure it's cold, but it's July, so have yourself some hot chocolate. Why not? 7-Eleven run? Oh no, not the Slurpees. Yeah, definitely be wary of flooding here in this area. All right, guys, I'm gonna do it. Ready? Ypsilanti. Grade me. What's my grade? Did I pass? Definitely be concerned about flooding there. Okay. Yes, I'll give you guys an Aurora update because the news has led you astray. Predicted today for geomagnetic storm. None. No aurora. I have no idea why the news latched onto that. There is no aurora today or tomorrow or anything. Nailed it. Let's go. A+. Hey, I take W's where I get them. Thank you, guys. Nailed it. Somebody gave me a B? Hey, what's that about? B+? How, though? Give me a break. Come on now. What kind of twang do I have to put on it? Indiana's not really got anything going on right now. All the strong or severe storms are in Michigan. They're definitely on the downtrend. I don't see very much of anything that's concerning here. I'll take a look at another radar just to confirm here, but we're definitely observing a downtrend here, which is great. That is great. F-, yeah. C-. How old am I? 25. I gotta take the T out? Ipsy? Okay. I gotta take the T out. Yeah, that's right. We gotta go the path of least resistance here. Thank you, Radiogentic. Thank you again, anybody who I may have missed who's sent along the the support here. Yeah, let's look at tomorrow real quick. Actually, that's a great idea. Let's do it for those hanging out. By the way, here's the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Still keeping that 5% risk here. But you can see why I'm really not concerned about Ann Arbor and especially Detroit. This is the tornado outlook here on Radar Omega from the Storm Prediction Center. The 5% is our brown area here and our slight risk for tornadoes. Green is marginal, 2%, pretty rare. And Detroit's in a nothing burger. So they're not even there's not even a 2% risk in Detroit. It's a 1%. 0.69% here in Detroit. Chance for a tornado within 25 miles of a given point. That is a scientific analysis. Don't laugh at me. But like somebody said in chat earlier, my analysis here was keeping Toledo basically in the maybe we'll have something to look at later on towards the midnight hours, maybe 1 a.m. But again, I think right now is the peak activity, and that as you get later on into the east here in the southern part of the mitten here, and especially I don't think this area down here is really seeing any storms materialize. They would have been back in here. They would have started popping up here and really not seeing anything mature there. Yeah, like my corridor has basically been confined to this as far east as Toledo. And if the storms manage to make it there, I really don't think the tornado threat is too high there. Yeah, good analytics for sure. The watch has been continued. It was always going to the same time of night. I think it will actually be ended early if we continue to see the de-intensification of these storms here. The trend. Haven't seen any rotation a good half hour. Me too, Katie. Me too. So let's look at what's ahead and what's going on in Missouri, all right? So everything's sort of filled in here south of Kansas City, Missouri. We can see that on the loop here. Let's play that back. Yep. Everything's starting to fill in our damaging wind threat. Look at all those storms pop up in the last hour. These are going to become our big old damaging wind line that moves through the area between Kansas City, Missouri, and Springfield. So right in this path over to Jefferson City, probably some pretty gusty winds over the next few hours here into the nighttime. And I mean, basically what you see over here, this is a mesoscale convective system. We talk about these often. See my latest video for a good explanation on what that is and why it happens. This is another one of these that's moving north to south. So what you're seeing here, severe winds are being reported. Pretty just gusty event here going towards Fredericktown, eventually Poplar Bluff. That's probably what's going to happen over here somewhere, thereabouts, with some pretty strong winds there. Possible tree damage. Make sure your lawn furniture is inside. And that's the extent of things over here. The tornado outlook is low, as you can see, is marginal. but we still have this enhanced risk for damaging winds and some also some large hail. So that's the progression for today. Besides some flooding risks down here in Jackson, Mississippi, the next thing we're concerned with, is tomorrow's outlook. So let's take a look at that, where we have this slight risk for a lot of people in the Northeast and also in the High Plains. So you can see those there, High Plains to Central Plains. So this is tomorrow. And if we really quickly look through here, we can see what's expected tomorrow, where these storms are going to travel through here. Perfect. We did this at just the right time. So for the Northeast, we have a slight risk in the yellow. That's a 2 out of 5. And then this is about 2 to 3 p.m. Tomorrow. So that would be Central Time. So 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern. We can see a bunch of storms kind of in between here. So a line of storms that's approaching Vermont again. So northern New York, eastern Ontario, and also Montreal there in Quebec. So line of storms. This looks like a damaging wind event. You see that moving through there. And look at all that rain in Vermont. That is not good. This is not good. Not good. So very concerning flooding event right here setting up again in areas that have no desire for that whatsoever. So Vermont about to get some really unfortunate news tomorrow. Really unfortunate progression of things here, especially with maybe a couple hours of rain possible. So that's tomorrow evening. So right there, it looks like about 6, 7, 8 p.m. Eastern when that's moving through. And also through Albany and New York. Sporadic storms through Pennsylvania is also expected. And all the way down in through Western Virginia and the Appalachia here. Maybe some sporadic hailstorms, possible damaging wind. It's summer, y'all. This is one model output, but that's an example of what could occur tomorrow. Does not look like a tornado day at all. So, damaging wind event and some heavy rain, maybe some hailstorms possible in the central Appalachia here tomorrow. Then back in the High Plains, for anyone curious about this area, from North Platte, south to Dodge City. If we go through the evening here, look at all those supercells popping up. So there we are at 4 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Mountain Time. See just a bunch of supercells everywhere once again in the High Plains. So probably we'll have some excited storm chasers out here in these areas trying to chase these supercells. So those will be some good feeds to watch if they find anything there. But I think that also over there, we may be looking at a not so great of a tornado threat. We have our 2% area right here and through the Northeast. So a couple of things possible tomorrow. But primary concerns are probably going to be related to flash flooding outside of these severe risks or within them in Vermont. So Vermont is almost the, I guess the eye magnet here. Is we would definitely be concerned with this. And we can kind of extrapolate that this marginal tornado threat extends up here just east of Ottawa and through Montreal. Yep, so round 2 for Vermont. Definitely keep them in your thoughts, guys. I would not want to be there at all. So definitely be thinking about your friends up there in Vermont. That is a really bad situation for an area that really doesn't get that bad of severe weather all that often. And even flooding. Like, I think some of the return periods I've seen for the rainfall that's fallen there is over 200-year event. So, unfortunate that it's happened this year, but it has. So definitely keep them in your thoughts. That would be nice. Yep, there's our damaging wind threat materializing. A couple of storms popping up right over Kansas City right now. And I was expecting to cover this a little bit, but it's taken quite a bit of time to get going. It's in the nighttime hours, which means we start to have the surface inversion in place, and that's going to make it much harder for tornadoes to form in our already marginal environment. So it's going to be a loud night for some people here. Get woken up by a bunch of lightning and some gusty winds and really heavy rain. But I mean, if you're in Missouri, it's nothing you're not used to, I would say. Just definitely be ready to receive warnings if they do come through for those areas in Missouri. But for Michigan, you know, just one more look at this glob of storms. We can see if this southwest part has intensified at all. And it's really more looking like a straight line wind thing here. So it's looking like this might have some severe criteria wind gusts with it here for the Three Rivers area. Constantine and White Pigeon. They're along just north of the Indiana state line, but nothing else here looks like besides flash flooding, which I can't really cover from a radar since we could do that, but it would be incredibly boring. I would, you know, attempt to do it, but I would probably just get a bunch of copyright strikes trying to look at flooding media to share information with you guys, but I can't do it. So, in terms of continuing severe coverage, this looks like a wrap. And as such, I would urge you guys to stay weather aware, as you have been already. If you're out ahead of this thing in this tornado watch as it continues, I imagine it might be canceled a little bit early if these start to die off just a bit more. But we haven't seen a warning in an hour. We saw one tornado that wasn't confirmed. That was very brief. Conditions for more look a little bit less favorable out ahead of this, but still marginally possible. And it's definitely nothing like we saw in the Chicago Metro earlier today. So to recap over there, I hope our friends in the Hodgkins area here, Burr Ridge, Hodgkins, where this tornado went through and probably did quite a bit of damage. I hope they're doing okay and no, we didn't have any bad injuries there. That was a stressful tornado to cover for sure. Conditional threat materializes once again, and I'm happy that I could have shared this stream with you guys too, like we did for the conditional threat in Oklahoma in April for Cole. You guys remember that one? Definitely go back and give that one a watch. Every conditional threat stream is kind of it's intense. I haven't really had one that, you know, is conditional and doesn't happen. I would prefer one of those every now and then, but it has been a wonderful one for us today here. So, flooding concerns, if your yard does flood and the road floods, don't drive through flooded roads. And I will do everything I can to send good vibes and have these storms continue to calm down and just give you some much needed rainfall. Otherwise, thank you to the mods and thank you guys for watching today. I appreciate you. Thanks for being weather aware and sharing this around and giving the stream a like as well. If you're new to the channel, feel free to sub. If you enjoyed today's coverage, check out the videos, and I have everything in playlists for you as well, so that you can watch them all back or keep them on for whatever you need to go to sleep, whatever. And yeah, that'll be a wrap to our mini supercell event today. We'll see the results of the Chicago Metro tornadoes. And I just want you to keep in mind to not pre-rate and let the experts do their work. And think of the humanity side of things. Keep the people in mind that were impacted. Sounds good? Good? Sweet. In that case, I will see you all, hopefully not very soon, but an active summer so far. Let's see what's up next in our coverage here on this channel and on Ryan Hall's channel as well. Thank you for joining me today. Have a great rest of your night.